Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Bruce Weinman, the mayor of the town of Seabrook Island. We are here today for the town council budget workshop. I'll call that meeting to order, and we'll start with the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have all members of council are present today, and Mr. Clerk, can you tell us that we've complied with all FOIA notice requirements?
We have complied, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we will follow the agenda that's been circulated. We'll start with the request to contribute disaster relief efforts attributable to Hurricane Helene. I think, Joe, how do you want to handle that? You want to move forward with it, or should maybe Dan, you want to talk about that?
Sure.
Joe's got enough on the whole rest of it.
Over the past couple of weeks, people have asked me what is the town going to do with regards, or if anything, with regards to providing help with Hurricane Helene and so on. In reading about what other towns are doing and so on, some were gathering supplies and things and sending them up. And so on. So I talked to Joe and the mayor about, is there something that we might want to do as a town to help aid that effort? So decided that today, being a budget day, would be a good time to talk a little bit about it. One thing that I was thinking is that the town put in X amount of dollars, give the town citizens some time, a couple of weeks to supplement that, and then send it to either an organization that is doing relief. Or another thing that came up was, and if you read the article yesterday, and Isle of Palms is considering identifying a community upstate that they would help them, that town, with their recovery efforts. And we're looking at mostly at this point, not supplies, but cash to help them get themselves rebuilt and so on. So basically, I think some people have mentioned that there is, efforts going on in North Carolina, Georgia, and so on. I think it's good for a South Carolina community to help South Carolina communities. So that's my 2 cents, but I just, again, wanted to get everybody's thoughts about that and see where we proceed from there. So thank you for the time.
Sure, Dan. So I mean, we can have a general discussion of this issue now. And then perhaps that will, provide some guidance for when we are going through the next year's budget, the 2025 budget, on a line-by-line basis, and we get to donations, maybe, we'll come back to it then. So I guess I would ask does anyone else have any thoughts, anything they want to say about the concept, at least, of contributing, the town contributing disaster relief monies? Want to start down here, Raymond?
Are we talking about this year for
2025?
2025? I think it's a good idea to put more money into donations. Not necessarily sure it's for disaster recovery only, but I think we have like $100 for donations in this budget, which is way too low. We could create a fund. I'm 100% for that. if we are gonna do disaster recovery, and when I saw it, I wasn't sure if it's gonna stay in South Carolina, but I would propose that it has to stay within South Carolina. We also need to come up with some, I won't say rules around it, but how do we determine, who gets what and, so it just needs a little bit more, substance and more, process, procedure, protocol before we proceed. That's it.
Good comments. Gordon, anything to add?
No, not really. We're late to the game. If you look at everybody else and what they're doing, we're about the only one that hasn't put together something. I sent money to Mercury One, who was Glenn Beck's charity. And they were the first ones on the ground up in North Carolina with helicopters.
Darryl?
Yeah, so, I don't. I mean, this is a tough topic to talk on, because if you sort of oppose it, you look like a Grinch. It's, first of all, obviously, they need a lot of support, and I've, from our personal funds, have donated to several organizations, like Gordon talked about. So the question is not whether they are deserving and whether on a personal level I want to donate to them. The question is whether it's an appropriate thing for the town to do. I don't know that we've done it before, but I certainly stand to be corrected if we donated to another out of Seabrook area. Maybe we obviously give contributions to our local organizations. We do that every meeting. The question is, have we ever done it for this sort of disaster? This disaster is very unusual because it happened in an area where they don't plan for it, and so the consequences were far worse than it would be, here, for example, where you plan for these things. But that's not to say that there couldn't be a forest fire somewhere else, there couldn't be this somewhere else, and whatever. So to follow up on Raymond's point, I mean, at the very least, there should be criteria for when we get involved like this. Collection of donations and things like that, I mean, suppose already doing, but in terms of an outright donation from the public funds, the public fisc, I think it's unprecedented for us. And I also don't know what the other towns are doing, and I'm sure other towns are sort of organizing relief efforts and things. Are they giving donations like this? Maybe they are, but I don't know that they are. I mean, obviously the state, it's clearly a matter that the state is and needs to be deeply involved in. Even here in South Carolina, which people don't hear about as much, but still has some of the effects of North Carolina. And it's clearly something that the federal government, FEMA, is and needs to be deeply involved in. And again, it's something that I encourage everyone personally to be involved in. I'm just not sure it's the sort of thing that the town of Seabrook Island, with a very limited budget, you should be making a personal donation about. Yes.
So I would just add to that, to all those very good comments. I don't see there being a Grinch factor here. I think that, there's different concerns, considerations that don't necessarily, do conflict. So I don't see that. I think we want to hear that, even at risk of sounding Grinch-like. And certainly when Dan first brought this idea in, one of my first reactions was This isn't a question about whether there is a need and a valid, responsibility, big picture, to help. And I assume that many of us have contributed through various sources, as you guys have said. So you put your finger on it, Daryl, about what the question really comes down to, and Raymond did a great job of really pinpointing as well, what some of the concerns could be. However, if we're talking today about the 2025 budget, let's keep in mind that having a more robust category in the expenditures for donations doesn't commit that money irreversibly. It doesn't commit it to any particular donee. It just creates a budget line item for donations at a more robust level than what's in there now. And honestly, now that we're talking about this, there's a whole different donation that Joe and I have discussed. When we get there, I would propose when we get there, let's get there in the budget discussion, and then discuss what amount we want to put into the donations category and ideas of where we're going to take it from, to the extent we need to. So Joe, you have anything to add to any of that?
I would just add, if this is something you were looking at doing in the immediate term, we do have in this year's budget, 50,000 that we put in just for general contingency. Catherine looked last week. I think we spent all of like $1,000 or something so far. So, I mean, there is money there if you wanted to do something, but it's purely at the discretion of council.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't necessarily have to wait until January to do that.
Good point. And we can discuss that either now or on the regular meeting agenda in a week and a half.
Yeah, just to add a couple other things. If the town was going to participate, spent some time last week. Most of the areas that have been affected are asking more so for cash donations, not stuff.
For sure.
Because a lot of it, it's not coordinated. They can't even use it or accept it. A lot of it they can, but I know people are like collecting clothes and things. And a lot of these charities won't even take, used items like that. North Carolina and Florida both have dedicated disaster relief funds. Of course, South Carolina does not. Those are, state sponsored or state coordinated funds. The SCEMD encourages people who want to donate to organizations, directly to organizations. It appears the largest one from the SCEMD website is the United Way of South Carolina. If you wanted the funds to stay in South Carolina, they encourage donations to be made through United Way, and they can be designated to a specific county, not necessarily to a town or project, but they can go to a particularly hard hit county, and then they would coordinate the distribution of those funds. Whereas in North Carolina, the state and even at least a couple of the local jurisdictions that have been particularly hard hit, they've set up their own disaster relief funds for that specific purpose. But fortunately, South Carolina, as best we can tell, does not have anything like that. So if you were going to do it, I would just make a financial contribution, and however you want to do it this year, next year, to one or more organizations, that's up to council's discretion.
Have we ever done anything like this before?
Not since I've been here. I can't say for certainty before 2017, but not since I've been here.
Right, well, that was, so
The scope is,
8 years.
but the scope of size of this disaster is more so in a way than Hugo was. So you're going back to 89 before, you could actually have comparable things. And the only thing I like to add is, maybe someday when the shoe's on the other foot and we get slammed, might be nice, and not that we're looking for, one for the other or whatever, but we're going to, welcome any help to get us back, and so on. So, it's again, people helping people. And, there is, no comparable really, in the recent past to say, okay, we did this or whatever, so.
So I think what everybody has said, those are all excellent points. I personally, I would say, however, that there isn't a real time crunch. I don't think we're too late, because the scope of what has occurred is going to have to be paid for a long time. So we can take our times and make a decision. And using this year's money, I had forgotten about that, Joe, but that would necessitate, I think, after listening to Raymond's comments, and Daryl's for that matter, some greater understanding of where the money, who we're gonna give it to, what they're gonna use it for, and establish, criteria and vetting and all that. If that can be done, I think that's fine. If it can't be done, I'm just saying that it can be done next year, and they'll still need the money. And I think the way things generally work after a disaster, there is a bigger, the financial support, it kind of peaks in a short period of time, and then it starts to dwindle. And so if we're, a couple of months in the future, a few months, I don't think they're still going to need the money is my sense. And so the way I'd like to leave it is when we get to that part of the budget, let's discuss what we want to have in that. And if anyone is of the view that we should utilize some of the contingency monies that are in the 2024 budget, put it on the agenda for the October regular meeting, that could be done, but be prepared for the background work that's gonna need to be done, it sounds to me, to satisfy Raymond's concerns and Daryl's. So, and mine, and I guess everybody's, because we still want to make sure we know where the money is going. It's going to a place that we're comfortable with. So, if everyone.
And the final thing I'll say is, and not to be cute about this, but Dan's point, and I get it, I'm not really arguing, but it reminds me in the world of Supreme Court jurisprudence of Potter Stewart's famous saying about pornography, which is I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. And this is like, I can't tell you when in the future we're going to deem another disaster worthy of our contribution. And I can't tell you why this is worthy where past ones haven't. But I can look at Helene and I can see that this is worthy. And I get that. I mean, Helene is beyond all, apprehension. But I just don't think it's a great way to go forward to make these sort of ad hoc determinations on which disaster is worthy of a donation from the town and which isn't.
So let's move on from that. And I think, Joe, you've got the floor to start the review for the 2025 budget.
Well, thank you.
So let's try to make sure that everybody is looking at the same version of what we're looking at, because I got so many here on the table in front of me, I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Joe, I just a question.
Yes.
One of the memos that you sent out had more of a highlight type of thing where, changes and so on. Beautiful. And I don't know if we're gonna spend time, that seems to be a good synopsis of the overall budget. And is that gonna be reviewed at the beginning, the end, whatever, but there's gonna be a lot of things in between the lines of this. You're gonna go into big spreadsheets that, this might take care of part of it or whatever. I'm just asking your plan for this document specifically.
My plan is, this is just a kind of a 30,000 foot document. It's hitting the highlights, but not necessarily getting point by point into every detail in the budget. I'm perfectly happy just covering what's in here, but I know historically council likes to go through the budget in more detail than the 30,000 foot level. We'll cover everything that's in here.
No, I know.
But if we go through kind of line by line, we'll hit that plus stuff that's not in here, plus additional discussion that anyone may want to raise.
Yeah, let's go with it, Joe.
Any other general comments before we get started? If anyone doesn't have a copy of this document or either of the worksheets, we do have some extras here. Just let us know and we can send them down. Typically what I like to do is just kind of start with a look at where we are now in our current fiscal year, compare that to where we were this time last fiscal year. We'll do a quick review of our fund balances as they stand today. And then we'll go ahead and start going through each of the fund budgets. So our budget is not necessarily one budget, it's multiple funds. General fund being the largest, the general government fund. We have several restricted funds. They're called restricted because there's some sort of external restrictions that all funds within or all dollars within those funds are restricted either by state or federal statute. And then we have our designated or assigned funds. So you don't have any external restrictions on how we use those funds, but they're primarily capital project type funds that council builds up balances over time in order to put those dollars towards larger projects, primarily capital projects. So any other questions before we get underway? What I'd like to do, we'll hit kind of the where we are now. We'll move into the general fund. I'll go through the revenues. I think the mayor had indicated you may want to do an executive session to go through a couple of the personnel items. So once we get into the personnel related items in the general fund, I think the mayor would like to move to go into executive session at that point. So we'll stop the broadcast and then pick it back up once we come out of executive session. So hitting some of the highlights as far as where we are currently. These were, I know Catherine had mentioned that our last council meeting, we had just gotten the financials like I think a couple hours before the meeting. She hadn't had time to go through all those. We have had a chance to go through all those. We can basically compare kind of where we are budget wise this year compared to last year. So just to hit through
We're talking like September 30, right?
this is through August 31st.
August.
We haven't gotten the September.
Right.
yet.
There
So
were still
once-
some tweaks on the September financials. Our accountant did give it to us, but there was one budget line item that they had a question on, so we're just waiting for the updated.
Yeah, once we get those, we'll plug them in and then we'll compare September this year through
Yep.
September of last year. So I'm not gonna go through all these, really just trying to hit the highlight, the bottom lines. One of the things you'll notice in the budget document, the reason why you have two is one is kind of a less detailed, just has all the line items. So when we prepare and distribute the budget ordinance, this is what will go in the budget ordinance. The one that has a bunch of colors has like some pink and tan on the front. It's a much thicker document. This is the full budget details. So on the first one, you'll see this is basically how much we have budgeted for each line item. On the budget details page, we dig deeper into every line item to give you a better understanding of what is actually included in each of those line items. So for the primary purpose of today, we'll be using the budget details one as we go through line item by line item. But for this portion, I'm going to be looking at just the line item budget.
No, I
wanted to follow along.
didn't realize until now that I seem to be the repository of all the extra copies.
Yeah.
Like, I had 3 extra
Congratulations.
copies of that
It's your lucky day.
We just need a place to put them.
and 3 extra copies of that. So now the task of today is less daunting.
You don't have as many documents as you thought. Yeah.
The day just got better.
That'll only be here 8 hours. It's fast.
All right, there you go.
So for the purpose of kind of looking where we are today, like I said, we'll be using just the line item. The shorter one, and I'm not gonna go through every single line item on here. The ones I wanted to highlight were, pages 2, the top of page 3, and then on page 4. So what we do is we break down our revenues into different categories. We also break down our expenditures into different categories. When we talk about the totals, we're gonna present 2 different totals to you. One is the light blue. Those are the totals before we include any taking money into or out of fund balance and transfers between funds. So the light blue is basically our annual operating revenues and expenditures, the totals for each fund. Whereas the dark blue includes the totals plus if we're using money from fund balance, if we're appropriating money to fund balance, or if we're transferring it between funds. So just to start on the by fund, but we'll start on the total combined. So the total combined is all of the fund budgets collectively. So what we have on page 2, you see the light blue line. We are fiscal year 2024 adopted. We budgeted this year $3,350,234. That was an increase from last year, $2,840,257. This one you don't have in your.
We have 2023, no?
Yeah, but you don't have the year to date.
No.
So I'm gonna go through those by fund. So on the general fund, year to date, our revenues, and this is just up on the screen, I'm gonna zoom that so you can actually see it. Hopefully. So the light blue, this is before any transfers. We typically do transfers towards the end of the year. So year to date in 2023, revenues were $1,741,120 in the general fund. This year to date, again, this is through August, $2,176,000. So we have about a $400,000 increase in general fund revenues through August. So last year at this point, we had collected 91.8% of our total general fund revenues. This year we collected pretty much on par, 89.4%. This is not gonna be in that worksheet. Just on the screen. The total including transfers, like I said, we do transfers towards the end of the year. So you'll see the year to date for 2023 is the same before transfers. So 174,120 for 23, 2,176,345 for 24. Just looking at kind of where the big movers are year over year. We have on the far side. A lot of these are just moving very little. If we look at the big ones where we're seeing what's driving the increases year over year, we've had $88,000 increase in business licenses year to date. We've had an $88,000 increase in our statewide brokers year to date. We've also had an increase in our business license statewide insurance, and that's primarily because the rates are going up. We're seeing that in the revenue that's collected from the state and given to them. The planning and zoning fees are down just a little bit, so we've seen a little bit of a reduction in planning and zoning, not substantial. It's about 5-6% year over year, 5.5%. So we're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in construction. Basically, anything that would require a permit. Looking at some of the other big drivers, we've had a $10,000 increase in miscellaneous income. The reason for that is because the system that we're using to collect the credit card transactions, a lot of those are not able to break out which of the specific line items they go to, so they're being aggregated and they're showing up in miscellaneous. But pretty much all of that is from credit card transactions. We see a lot more contractors using credit cards. Also, a lot of people who are pulling permits, a lot of the short-term rentals, they're paying by credit card. Every time they do, we charge a 3% transaction fee. So what you'll see also on the other side, the expenditure side, is we're spending more to the credit card processor. So that's primarily money in, money out.
Were you saying that you couldn't categorize the credit card fee, or what the credit is actually going toward? What the
Yeah,
charge is actually going
which
toward?
line item, because I think some of them, when they pay, like if it's a business license, they may be making one payment for their business license and their short-term rental permit.
So you can't.
And so as that's coming in, I think it's just coming in as one payment. And Catherine could explain this better than I can, because she's the one who does it on the back end. When they can't separate it out, they just put it in miscellaneous. So we couldn't necessarily say it's going to one thing or another. Same thing like with contractors, if they're making one payment, part of it's for a permit, part of it's to update their business license. It's just one payment that hits, so they're not able to separate that out by line items on the back end. So it's showing up in miscellaneous. So if you wonder, like, are we just getting all this unexpected income? Almost all of that is from the credit card transactions. So that's really the principal drivers year to date on the revenue side is primarily the licenses, the business licenses, and then the local government investment pool. Our returns from local government investment pool have been up substantially. We've already, through 8 months, collected 10% more than what we budgeted for the entire year. So our returns have been averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5.5%. The returns have been really good. So the rate of return is one factor for that. The other factor is we have a lot of money sitting in the local government investment pool. So every year when we run surplus, that's more money that's sitting in the investment pool generating returns. So some of that's being driven by the rate of return, some of that's driven by the principal, the amount that we have sitting in the fund that we're generating returns off of. So you'll see, year to date, we're up, almost 70%. Now, looking ahead as we get into this coming year's budget, we're gonna probably anticipate that being scaled back a bit. One of the things that we looked at is how closely the local government investment pool returns track against the federal interest rate. And they're almost 1-to-1. So we factored in with rates anticipated to go down over the next 12 months. We factored in that we expect some of those returns to start coming back down into the probably between 3.75 to 4.5%. So still a little higher than we've seen historically, but not as high as they've been the last couple of years. Some of these items we only collect towards the end of the year, so you're not going to see them in the August financials yet. So for example, we get our Berkeley Electric franchise that actually typically comes in after we close out the year. And then once it comes in, it gets credited to the prior year, usually comes in end of January, early February. Last year, council adopted a new franchise agreement with Berkeley Electric. As part of that, the franchise fee went from 3% to 5%. So when that comes in a couple months, we should see a pretty sizable increase from the prior year. We did budget for that this year because the rate going up from 3% to 5% on the franchise fee.
3% to 5% is almost like an 80% increase.
Yeah.
In Berkeley, this is what Berkeley pays us to be able to do business here.
Yes.
It's like, we just,
There's,
they agree to that.
But it is in the rates. I mean,
Yeah, they'll pass it on.
it's in the rates.
Yeah, the customers pay.
So when you look on your rates, I mean, they're not taking it out of their pocket. It's baked into the rates. Most jurisdictions, I think now are charging 5%. Typically 3 is the low end, 5 is as high as you can go. What Berkeley was seeing is as communities were updating their franchise fee, they were going from 3 to 5. And that was a change that was made when our franchise agreement was updated back in 2023. So again, just to close out general fund, we're seeing before any transfers about a 25% increase through August.
Say that again?
Through August, year to date, our revenues before any transfers are up about 25% total. Looking at the expenditures, now one thing we'll point out, we changed the way the budget was presented this year. So if you're looking at a lot of the departmental expenditures, you'll see there was nothing budgeted for those departments in 2023. So you can't really compare apples to apples. Up through our 2023 budget, we basically lumped all of our expenditures into one department or one category. That was one of the changes that we made in this year's budget in order to allow us to better track how much we were spending on buildings and grounds and communication and events and planning and zoning. We broke those out and started budgeting on a department by department basis. So if you're just looking 2024 to 2023, you're not going to get very much from that. So what we do is we also have, and this is not in your worksheet, this is something that Catherine will cover when she does the financials. We do kind of a running tally in our spreadsheet. So we can take each line item, so like all of the salaries across all the departments, This highlighted column on the right-hand side, that's all of admin salaries plus buildings and grounds salaries plus, all the departments. And that way we're able to kind of do an apples to apples from last year to this year. Going forward in 2025, we're going to continue showing the budget broken out by department. So you'll be able to do apples to apples by looking at each individual department without having to kind of do this little transition that we have on this worksheet. So if we look at where our total expenditures on the general fund are year to date. Last year through August, we spent just a hair over $1 million, 1,133,000. Year to date, we're 1,116,849. So we have an increase of about 116,000, almost 117,000, or 11.7%. Again, we haven't done any transfers yet, so the light blue total is going to be the same as the dark blue total. Looking at where the drivers of change are this year, we've seen our salaries go up a little bit. That was primarily because we had a cost of living increase this year. It was 5.5%, if I remember right. And
Joe, are you in general fund now or?
We're still in general.
You are.
Yeah, still in general.
Okay,
This is not in there. This is, that only shows the total annual. This is running through the year to date. So our salaries are up a little bit. We also, hired our new town clerk, so that's being factored in, to the salaries as well. So the salary line item went up about 5%. Looking at some of the other big ones, we've had, reductions in our contracted services year over year. We've had an increase of about 15,000 in insurance. Our insurance rates have actually gone up quite a bit over the last couple of years. So we saw about a 35% increase on insurance this year. 42,000 increase in special projects. That was the sign. We paid for the sign out of this year's budget. A lot of these, they look like they're going up or down 100%. That's just because of when they hit in the budget. That's why it's always better, as we do in the worksheets that you do have, you're looking at the total spent for 2023. Is because sometimes things may hit different months from year over year. But we did feel there was some value in kind of showing you where we were through the first 8 months of the year. So we're up about 117,000 in expenditures.
Go up a little bit, Joe.
Sure.
Keep going to the top section. I'm just looking at it. So go down right there. So from line 196 down for the BO 196, it doesn't look like it's footing down. Go to BO 196, that's the year-to-date difference.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a lot of negatives. You got 61, 78, 33, 47, but then the only positives I'm seeing are for that number 15,000 and the 40 below, but yet we're showing 116 increase. I mean, you can look at it later, but it's, yeah, that year-to-date number is not, I don't think it's right. The difference, sorry. And it's not gonna really impact the budget meeting today, it's just something to look at.
Yeah, we can double check. on that.
That's fine.
Oh, on the wrong one. Total was correct, but it was pulling from the wrong column.
That looks better.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
But yeah, the total on here was the right number, but the individual columns were pulling from the wrong, so good catch. That's why it pays to have an accountant. So as far as revenues over expenditures, last year, we had a surplus through 8 months of 740,000. Through the first 8 months of this year, we have revenues over expenditures of over $1 million. So we're about 300,000 to the good compared to last year. And that's taking the total revenues, 2,176,345 through 8 months, minus total expenditures, which were 1,116,849. That's why we have a surplus of $1,059,000. So it's up pretty substantially, about 43%. Year over year, so
And that's before fund transfer.
that's before any transfer, so those numbers will look different when we close out this year's budget. So where our fund balance on the general fund stands today, this is as of the end of August. So we finished last year with a fund balance of little over 1.9 million. So far this year, we've added 1,059,000 to that. So our total fund balance in the general fund as of the end of August is just a hair under $3 million. Now that's going to change substantially when we do our transfers towards the end of the year. But when you look at the financials, that's how we get to the number that we have in the financials. It's starting with last year's fund balance. And then this year's revenues minus expenditures, as long as that number is positive, it'll be added to the fund balance. If it's negative, then we're taking it from the fund balance. So as it stands today, or as it stands as of August 31st, we have just a hair under 3 million in the general fund balance.
What do you expect it to be once the transfers are done?
We typically will do our full projections in November. So what we do is we look at, are there things that we budgeted to spend this year that we won't spend? And are there areas where our revenues are significantly above or below expenditures? So we look at the changes from what we budget, and then we factor in the transfers. If we did nothing but make the transfers would subtract 930,000 from that. So about 100,000, but what'll happen is our revenues will come in higher and our expenditures should come in lower. So whatever that difference is would be added to that 100,000. So usually by November, we have a really good feel of what our year-end numbers will be, and might be off by a few dollars here and there. But It should be at least a few $100,000. To the positive.
Will the high water vehicle show up in these expenditures? And you
Those would come out of ARPA, they're not coming out of
it's
the
not
general
moved
fund.
yet, okay, all right.
Well, that one's not being moved, we're gonna spend it
Just spend it,
straight out of ARPA.
Right.
So these also don't include the transfers coming into the general fund. So we'll do the, ARPA. We'll be taking, I think it was like about 515,000 from ARPA. So on here, you'll see an expenditure from the general fund to road and drainage. That's basically a pass through. So we're moving some money in from ARPA, using that to pay for salaries. And then the money that we had budgeted in the general fund for salaries is gonna be moved over to the road and drainage fund. The fund balance by the end of this year should increase, I would say, by at least 500,000, potentially more than that.
And is the point, so, I mean, that general fund balance does not include, like you say, the road and drainage fund, the reserves that they're setting aside for the eventual Seabrook Island. And so what? I mean, other than the fact that it's nice to have money as opposed to not having money, what's the purpose of having a substantial amount of money in the general fund year to year?
So as of right now, we would be well beyond our fund balance policy. So that's set by ordinance. The ordinance says that we would keep a minimum of 50% of our current year's operating expenses and a maximum of 100%. And anything in excess of that, council would determine how to spend it. So historically, that's moved into our reserve funds for future capital projects. The reason why we want to have a fund balance, GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, they usually recommend about 3 months in your fund balance. And that's for cash flow purposes, to give you a little bit of protection. So, if we were to have an unexpected pandemic, for example, and permanent revenues dry up for a period, or if we were to have a natural disaster that impacts revenues, we still have money in our bank account, so we can kind of work our way through those short-term shocks in revenues. We, as a matter of policy, set our percentages higher. So we have a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100%. And that's really just a reflection that we're in hurricane-prone area. So if we were to have a major event, there could be several months where we may go with very little or no income. So we set that in basically as a rainy day fund, so that we can continue making payroll and purchasing services and spending the things that we have to spend. We're well above what GFOA recommends. And in fact, right now, when we close out the year, we'll probably be significantly higher than our own policy, which is why in the 2025 budget, we're recommending moving hundreds of thousands out to some of those other funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on any of the general fund revenues and expenditures? Again, this is just looking year to date. All right, hearing none. We'll spend the most in all of our budget discussions in the general fund. The other ones tend to go much quicker because we're only looking at a couple revenue and expenditure line items for each one. In state accommodations tax, this one is always really hard to peg when we have our budget workshop, because we haven't received our third quarter payment from the state yet. It's probably coming this week, next week.
They said it's delayed, so they postponed the A-tax reporting to November 14th, 15th, until we get those.
So our third quarter is always our biggest revenue drop, because that quarter covers July, August, September. So it's basically the peak of our tourist season. So we always say when we're going through the budget, these are kind of more of a placeholder, because the the third quarter revenues and expenditures, if they change dramatically, when we get to first reading, we may increase, we may decrease the revenue projections based on what we see in the third quarter. So what we have right now, if you look, we're at about, 190, just a hair under 195. That's through 2 quarters. And that's actually down. Last year we were at 213 through 2 quarters. So our ATAX is down, almost 9% year to date. For the purpose of doing this year's budget, we have budgeted a decrease. This year total, in ATAX, we budgeted 425. The reason why you don't see 425 in the budget number is because of how that's allocated under state law. So most of it goes into the state ATAX fund, but a portion of it also goes into the general fund as well. That's something we're required to do under a statutory formula. So this year's budget, we did budget down from 425 to 400. When we get that third quarter, we may adjust that number up or down. So as of right now, we are factoring in a decrease, and that's based on what we've seen through the first 2 quarters. Like I said, that's down about 8.8%. On the other side, we see our local government investment pool, we're up almost 22%. So it's a much smaller number. It's 13,000 as opposed to just a hair under 11,000. And that's again, because we're getting much higher returns off our local government investment pool. So when we factor the reduced revenues from state aid tax, plus the higher revenues from local government investment pool, so far year to date, we're down about 7.3% on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, we've spent 183,000 year to date. That's about 14,000 more than this time last year. One thing you'll notice when we're comparing 2023, this was a change that we did in the 2024 budget that will continue into 2025. In the past, we lumped all of our tourism related expenditures in one line item. Starting this year, continuing into next year, we now break out, like beach patrol will be its own line item. Special events like fireworks, Chowtown and other activities. We now break those out as separate line items. So if you're looking 2024 compared to 2023, you may look at it and say, well, you know, we spent 80,000 for beach patrol this year, but last year it was 0,000. So it's just a little bit of an accounting change going forward. So our expenditures are up 8.5%. That doesn't mean at the end of the year they're going to be up substantially. A lot of that's just attributed to when expenditures are actually paid out. So some years we may pay beach patrol. We start out of state aid tax and then do the rest out of county and then the rest out of town. Other years we may do state aid tax last. So I wouldn't spend too much time looking at year to date because there is a lot of variation as to when things are spent year to year. Last year at this point, we were 54,000 to the good. This year, we're about 24,000 to the good. That's revenues over expenditures. So it's down about a little over 50%. As we complete the year, that number is not going to be static. But we do expect our revenues, barring anything unforeseen in our third quarter, we do expect our revenues to be down. And we budgeted for that this year, continuing that into 2025. What we saw was a big spike during COVID. You know, when we had much higher occupancy rates, over time, as we expected, the occupancy rates have gone down. The revenues still stayed higher than what the occupancy rates would have indicated. And I think that's really primarily being driven by the rates have gone up. So that's kind of been masking the reduction in actual tourist activity that we've seen. So like if you look at things like renter passes, renter activity at the club, you know, a lot of those are down much larger percentages than our revenues are down. And I think the primary reason for that is the rates went up pretty substantially over the last couple of years. So what we've started to see now, rates leveling off and even in some quarters decreasing. So I expect our revenues will continue to go down over the next several quarters. Any questions on state aid tax year to date before we move on?
Joe, what is the percentage, the far right column on what we're looking at here, for the revenues, over expenditures column? Should that be 24.7%? What is, on mine, it's kind of a garbled number.
Well, I'm not looking at this sheet,
Yeah.
so
It's the one on the screen, which I can't see, well. What's, so I've got the, 54,000, year-to-date number. I've got for last year, I got the 23,000 and change, year-to-date number for this year. I understand your explanation there, but what's the percentage difference?
56%.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, so $30,787 and 56.5.
what page in here are you on?
12. So totally on the lower right corner. The light blue.
But you're seeing the 30,787 on your sheet?
No,
No.
So the far right on this worksheet is comparing the difference between 2025 budget and 2024 budget. So that's not looking at year-to-date percentages.
okay, got it. But what, in any event, what should that percent number be?
I mean, the number that's on there is what it is. That's
What,
showing the revenues over expenditures. So in 2024, the budget was only $333. Revenues over expenditures. In the 2025 budget, it's 82,750
got it?
revenues over
Oh,
expenditures.
so it's.
So
I
it's
see.
82,750
I see.
divided by, so it's
Got
a
it.
huge
Got
percentage
it,
because
got
you're
it, got it.
comparing it
Okay.
against such a
That's
small
why
number.
it's a weird number.
Um,
Okay.
But this one's comparing budget for 2025 as opposed to budget to 2024.
Sorry.
What I'm looking at on the screen is year to date.
Sorry.
So that number is, the revenue over expenditure number is down 56% year over year.
Yep, I got it. My mistake, sorry.
That's all right. So where we stand on the fund balance for ATAX through August, we started this year, 413,209. To that, we've added, 23,697. So our fund balance as of August 31st was $436,906. That number I expect will go down, because we do have, one large project that's still to be funded this year. That's replacing the fence along Seabrook Island Road. So we've, actually budgeted, over our revenues to try to spend down some of that fund balance to complete that project in this year's budget. So I do expect when we finish this year's budget, it'll actually be lower than where we started this year. Any other questions on state aid tax? All right. Now jumping ahead to town aid tax. This one, you might be scratching your head saying, well, if the state aid tax is going down, why is our town aid tax up. We actually budgeted it to be flat. This one is, sorry, that one shows down because I think we hadn't received a county payment yet. But once that county payment's credited, we'll actually be up year over year. So year-to-date revenues, last year 77,449, through August 72,854. That's actually should be a little bit higher than that. And then, of course, our interest is up about tenfold year over year. The expenditures. This is one, like I said, a lot of it just comes down to timing. So through 8 months last year, we had only paid 1 month of beach patrol, but through 8 months of this year, we had paid 2 months of beach patrol. So the number is, it looks like we spent a lot more, but it's just the timing of when those expenditures were made. So through 8 months, we are in the red, $6,833.70. So our fund balance, we started the year 197,013. We subtract the 68,3370. So our fund balance as of the end of August was a little over $190,000. Next one is our county A tax. I think it looks like we have a big reduction year over year, going from 52 to 7,500. That's just timing of when we received the payments from the county. And then you'll see here, it looks like we haven't spent anything. And again, that's just the timing of when we spend the beach patrol funds.
Did you say we just year to date paid 2 months of beach patrol?
No, I think we've made our last payment, so we paid for 6 months.
Right,
So
that makes sense. I just thought you said like year to date, it's gone 2 months. So
no, it depends, because we pay it out of 3 funds. So this year we'll pay 2 months out of state aid tax, 2 months out of county, 2 months out of town aid tax. So some years we pay the state for the first 2 months, and some years we pay the county the first 2 months. So if you're just looking at it through August, like on the county aid tax, you see last year we spent 95,000 in beach patrol, and this year it looks like we spent nothing. I think that's because the final 2 payments this year come out of county. So I think we did the August, which was paid in September, out of county, and then the September, which was paid in October, came out of county. So if we're only looking through August, it's just the timing of when we pay out of which one. So we'll spend 80,000. It's just not reflected in here yet because this is only through August. That's why some of these, like I said, it's easier just once you close out the year to compare because of the timing of, what month things come in or are paid out. So through the end of August, we were revenue over expenditure positive 9837. So our fund balance was $29,579.
Just a quick question on APAC. We got the state, county, town. Do all of them have to be spent within 2 years or just the?
The state one, I know has to. The county one, we try to spend it ideally all the year we receive it.
Okay.
And if we don't, to spend it down the following year. The town one, I don't know that one. I don't think it has a 2-year time frame. The state one definitely.
Yeah, this is state.
I don't believe the town one does.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But I'll double check and get back to you on that. So that completes our 3 A taxes. The next one we have is our alcohol local option permit fund. It's a very small fund, but we have seen an increase. We went from 3,000 last year to 7650 this year. So not a huge increase, but percentage wise basis, it looks like a big increase. So 917124 in revenues. We haven't spent anything yet. We probably won't spend what was budgeted this year. We planned ahead and rebudgeted that for 2025. So any revenue that we have this year will just be straight added to the fund balance when we close out the year.
Are there any limitations on what that, like a taxes, tourists and so on? Is there anything on this one that says what you can have to pay or use it for?
Yes, that's,
Alcohol for, council meetings.
Well, that's not really,
Sounds like a plan.
unfortunately, that's not one of the eligible expenditures. Primarily, it's capital type projects. And one of them is you can do them for capital projects on the beach. So we have budgeted this year to replace our beach signage. We've had some discussion about changing some of our beach rules, so I didn't want to spend money for new signs if some of the rules may change. So that's something we're going to rebudget for next year, and I expect that's something Gordon's committee will be taking up in the coming months once we complete our beach management plan and get that adopted.
if you're looking to spend it on signage, I have a wonderful idea. And that is, if we are not, we've talked about this, and I don't know where to bring this up or whatever, but expanding the beach patrol season. Okay, and you were going to talk and get some figures and so on. We've talked about it in public safety, we've talked about it, and at least some expansion, maybe not full-time and 24, 12 month, but at least expanding it in the.
Since that's a 2025 item and we're just looking at 2024.
No, but here's the thing, if you're not going to do it.
I don't think that's an eligible alcohol tax expense.
So here, no drinking on the beach, no. Signage that warns, people of, dangerous situations when it can be put out. For example, if there's a rip current, warning and there's no beach patrol that we can put at the beginning of, or at the start of each boardwalk, warning rip current, type of thing, and that's at least being proactive on the safety side instead of bringing people in. You mentioned signage, that has nothing to do with rules, it's just an advisory.
Yeah, that would be, and we have considered as we're designing the signage, having like some hooks on the bottom of the signs where we can put up special messaging that may change by season. So that's something we could take up in the design of whatever signage we install. It wouldn't be separate signage, but it would be something like, if there's a storm or something off the coast and beach patrol's not out, Robert or Mike or somebody could go out. If we have hooks on the bottom, we can put up a special notice and we just have those stored, wherever.
But that's not really.
It's not what we're talking about
This
right
part
now.
of the meeting, so
Okay.
let's get back.
That's what I said, I heard signage. That's why I woke up and,
Took the opportunity.
Is there any other questions on the alcohol fund? We next have the short-term rental permit fund.
Runs good.
Year to date, we have had an increase. 2023, we were at 261,466. Through 8 months of this year, we're at 282,575. So we've had about a $21,000 increase. This all comes from the short-term rental permits. Under our current policy, every year when someone applies for a permit, they have to do it annually. It's a $450 annual fee. So we have had more of those issued this year, year over year. There's also fees for like modifications and if a permit's suspended to reinstate it, but primarily that comes from the $450 per permit that's issued by the town, so that's up 8.1%. What we have seen is a lot of people in anticipation of rules potentially changing, coming and getting permits, even though a lot of them are not actively renting. We've heard those called insurance permits and Daryl's short-term rental committee. I can't tell you exactly offhand how many of those there are. We know it's anecdotally probably at least 15 to 20. So just because we see an 8.1% increase does not necessarily mean there's 8.1% more properties that are actively renting. That's a lot of people have come in and acquired permits in anticipation of the rules changing. We don't incur any expenses directly out of the short-term rental permit fund. What we do is we incur the expenses in the general fund, and then at the end of the year, we have a formula that we use. So it's like, I think 90 or 95% of Beth's salary, a portion of Tyler, a portion of Mike, equipment, software, those type things. Once we finish the year, we'll collect those total revenues or total expenditures that we incurred in the general fund. We apply those formulas, and then we do that as a transfer from the short-term rental permit fund to the general fund to reimburse the general fund forward. So because we do that at the end of the year, we don't show any expenditures here currently. One thing I'll touch on now, we'll go to it in a little bit more detail as we go through the 2025 budget. We are in this year's budget, next year's budget, recommending eliminating the short-term rental permit fund. And the reason for that is the ordinances as they're currently drafted will do away with the annual short-term rental permit. And replace it with an increase in the base fee for business licenses for short-term rentals. So because that would now be accounted for as business license revenue and not short-term rental permit revenue, we no longer need to have this fund anymore, assuming that ordinance is adopted. If that ordinance is not adopted, then we would recommend leaving this fund as it is today, and then we would just move that out of business license back into the short-term rental permit fund. The reason why we had a separate fund is there's an obscure provision in state law that if you have a fee, which the permit is a fee, if it exceeds a certain threshold of your total general fund budget, you have to account for those revenues separately from your general fund. So at the time the permit fee went into effect, it did exceed that threshold. So we've accounted for the revenues and expenditures in a separate fund, the short-term rental permit fund. If that permit fee goes away, the annual permit fee goes away, and it becomes part of the base fee for the business license, there's no need to have this fund anymore. So that is included in the draft budget for 2025. Again, assuming the ordinance or some version of the pending ordinance is adopted. We should finish this year. So right now we're showing a fund balance of about 340,000. That's because we haven't done the transfer yet. We'll do the transfer at the end of the year. If the transfer is exactly on budget, we would finish this year with a small surplus. Assuming this fund goes away, we would move that surplus into the general fund. The ARPA program, this is one we're also recommending eliminating in 2025. We had just under $915,000, in the bank. We haven't spent it yet, but it is budgeted. We have to draft intergovernmental agreement, with the fire department. So once that gets signed, we'll cut them a check. We'll spend 400,000 of that. The rest of it will be transferred into the general fund, and will be used to pay for salaries in the general fund. And then we'll take out of the general fund what we originally had budgeted towards salaries and move that into the road and drainage fund. So we will fully exhaust our ARPA allocation in 2024. So not only commit it, but we will have spent it all in 2024. At that point, there's no use really having this fund anymore because there will be no funds left in it.
And we'll cut the check. When the agreement's signed out, when the truck is actually ready.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that'll satisfy us. If you remember when we were talking about ARPA, we had to obligate the funds by the end of this year and spend them by the end of 2026. But as soon as we cut them a check, we've spent the 400,000 as far as our reporting is concerned. So we expect the fund balance at the end of this year to be zero because we will have fully spent all of those funds. So the last couple are designated or assigned funds. By and large, these don't have any direct sources of revenue. All the revenue that goes into these funds is primarily taken from prior year surpluses from the general fund. And then we, council will take, some amount and put it towards each of these funds. So we haven't done any of the transfers yet. So I don't think any of these are showing revenue year to date. That typically gets done in the November, December timeframe. So you'll see conservation fund, we have no revenue, no expenditures. Emergency fund, we did have a little bit.
Joe, could I just ask a question?
Yes.
Funds like the conservation fund, how do they get actually established for budget purposes? Was there a resolution? Was there an ordinance? What's the genesis?
It's established in the budget ordinance.
It is.
So I think
Okay.
that one was established this year for 2024. So when our budget ordinance, it'll say the following funds are established for fiscal year 2024.
Right.
And it was included in there with, revenue being moved in from the general fund.
So it is by ordinance, so it's part of the budget ordinance. Okay. Thanks.
So in the 2025 budget ordinance, we would not include the short-term rental permanent fund. Basically eliminating those two funds, that would be written into the budget. So last year we had a small amount in the emergency fund. I'm guessing that was probably some FEMA reimbursement of just under $200. But that was from like 1 year ago. It was several years old, or a couple of years old.
If I remember correctly, it was all the way from Hurricane Irma, yes, it was Irma.
Yeah, so sometimes we just get random reimbursements and sometimes they're large, sometimes they're small. 2023, we got $195 from like 6 hurricanes ago. I don't even remember which one. We haven't gotten anything this year. But those are, when we do have revenue that comes in, that's primarily from FEMA, or in the event we had state disaster relief, that's where we put those revenues. But by and large, when we have money moving into the emergency fund, it's coming as a transfer from surplus from the general fund. So we haven't made those transfers yet, so no increases in our fund balances. That one's at $2,320,000. The conservation fund is at $50,000. Next, we have our road and drainage fund. We don't have any dedicated revenue sources for that. That all comes from transfers. Again, we haven't made transfer yet. We have spent a little bit of money, that's to ESP for, the permitting process for the Seabrook Island Road project. So it is showing right now a deficit, but once we make the transfer from the general fund, that one will have a surplus. So as of today, the road and drainage fund stands at $1,268,499. The town facilities fund, we,
That's for the ARPA transfer.
yes, that'll be made this year. The town facilities fund, no revenues, no expenditures year to date. So that one sits at $2,393,951. And the vehicle and equipment fund, we have budgeted, this is something we, for those of you, this is your first budget. What we do is we take all of our vehicles and major pieces of equipment, with a purchase value of $10,000 or more. We assume a 5-year lifespan of each vehicle and piece of equipment. So what we do every year, we take 20% of the replacement cost, and we take that out of the general fund and move it into the replacement fund. So after 5 years, we would have built up enough. So we're basically self-financing the replacement of our vehicles through transfers out of the general fund. We haven't made those yet, so we're not showing any revenues or expenditures in our replacement fund. So that balance sits at $96,680. So looking across all of our funds, before transfers, total revenues, $2,758,265. Same period last year, $2,362,823. So we have an increase of 395,000. Total expenditures year to date were just a hair under 1.4 million. Last year, we were also just a hair under 1.4 million. So our expenditures, I've never been this close year over year before, but it's only a difference of $555. So revenues over expenditures, we take the 395 minus the 550. So our revenues before any transfers or anything were almost 395,000 to the good. After transfers, again, we haven't done them yet, so these numbers are the same. Once we do the transfers, those will look much different. So that's kind of a quick recap of where we are today and year to date, 2024 compared to 2023. Do you want to take a 5-minute break or do you want to go straight into general fund?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
All right, we'll do a 5-minute break. Realized after we used this fast, I forgot to give you the most important number from year to date, and that's our total fund balance. So we started this year 9,701,184. So far, year to date, we're 1.361 to the good. So our total fund balance as of August 31st, $11,062,483.20. That's total across all of them. All right. Any other questions before we move on to 2025? Hearing none, we'll jump ahead. So for this part of the discussion, I'm going to be going off of the budget details worksheet, which is the one that has the pink and the tan on the front. And I know as we add more years and more columns to that, the text tends to get smaller and smaller, so hopefully you can all read it.
Or else the paper's gonna have to get larger.
That's as big as our printer. We don't do poster boards.
For that.
We'll put magnifying glasses under your terminal.
See that.
The magnifying glass.
Get a ruler and it's got a magnifying glass, so let's see what we want.
All right, so we'll follow the same process we did for the last one, but for this one, we're gonna get into a lot more detail. I'm gonna start very high level, and that's the total combined budget across all of the funds. So for this, if you look on the memo sheet, the first page, that'll tell you the total revenues across all funds and total expenditures across all funds. So total revenues for fiscal year 2025, we're looking at $4,801,317. That does include the transfers and the fund balance appropriations. So if you're looking, taking those out, the total revenues, $3,636,981. That would be on page 2 of the detail worksheet. For this one, it's the dark line for total revenues includes all the transfers. The gray line with red text right above it is the total revenues minus fund balance appropriations and interfund transfers. So that's actually cash coming in from, different program revenue sources, $3,636,981. Let me share the screen with you. Do that. Our budget is in balance. So if you look at the bottom of page 1 on the memorandum, total expenditures also $4,801,317. And you'll see that on the top of page 3 in the details worksheet. So our budget is fully in balance at $4,801,317. Our expenditure is not including transfers out and funds reserved to fund balance was $2,935,785. So how that breaks down, on the revenue side, across all of our funds, licenses and permits make up 36%. Other financing sources, which includes the fund balance, is 20%. Intergovernmental is just under 20%. Investment income, that's primarily through our local government investment pool, is 8%. Franchise fees are about 7%. Use of fund balance, 4.5%. Taxes, 4.2%. Sales and user charges, All these other ones are under 1%. Sales and user charges, assessments and surcharges, fines and forfeitures, miscellaneous sale of assets, and no grant funding budgeted for 2025. For the expenditure breakdown across all funds, operating costs at 1.42 million, we make up 29.6% of the budget. Personnel is 1.384 million, or 28.8% of the budget. Other financing uses, that's basically reserving funds to fund balance, 950,000 or 19.8%. I'm sorry, that was transfers out. Reserve for future use, which is reserving it to the fund balance, is 19.1% at 915,000. And capital expenditures, 130,000 or 2.7%. So that's just kind of a broad overview of the total combined budget for all funds. What the first couple pages of your details worksheet will show is basically how those change year over year. For the sake of that, I'm just going to hide all the details so we can zoom in a little bit. So you'll see all of our assessments and surcharges we're keeping flat, fines and forfeitures we're keeping flat. Berkeley Electric, we are anticipating a slight increase, 5,000 at this point, which is about 2%. Under grants, we received all of our grant funding from MASC this year, so that will go back down to 0 for next year. So that one's showing a reduction. And investment income, we're budgeting across all funds 389,200, which is an increase of 70,000 from this year's budget. Again, we're showing significant increases above budget this year. So what we're budgeting for next year is still a reduction of where we expect we'll finish this year. So basically what we did for all the funds, we took total revenues from the local government investment pool through 8 months. We annualized that, and then we subtracted 25%. So I think it's probably a bit conservative, but on revenues, I always like to be on the conservative side.
What rate did you budget for we talked earlier about it going down. You know, what are you guys using for next year?
I did a blended, like I said, it really closely follows the Fed Reserve rate. So we looked at some projections from some different publications, and they were factoring in, I think, reductions over the course of the year to get down the end of 25 to 3.75%. So what I did, I started with a 0.5 point reduction, and then I did a 1/4 percentage point or 1/4 point each quarter to get down to 4. I think it might have been a little under, it was like 3 point something. So when we blended them, we came up with about it was a reduction of 25%, which is what we baked in. So like I said, we took this year's through August, we annualized that, so we divided it by 8, multiplied it by 12, and then reduced that number by 25%. Is how we got to that projection.
So Joe, these are all increases or decreases from last year's budget, not from the actual anticipated.
So the memo is talking explicitly only about budgetary increases and decreases. So it's not looking at year to date, it's not looking at actuals. This is just the proposed budget as opposed to the current year's budget. So in intergovernmental, we're showing a reduction in state aid tax. That's what I said a few minutes ago when we were talking about state aid tax. We are seeing those numbers trending down. So in 2023, our actual was 469. This year, our budget is 425. Again, until we get that third quarter, it's kind of a shot in the dark. If any number changes between now and first reading, it's gonna be the state aid tax number, because we'll have that third quarter, we'll have a much better feel for what that final number would be. So for right now, we are plugging in a 6% reduction. If I had to guess, that number may go down a little bit. I don't expect it to go up. But we're plugging in 400,000. And again, this is across all the funds, so some of that will be accounted for in the general fund, the majority of it is in the state accommodation tax funds. So $25,000 reduction there. We do expect a slight increase in state aid to subdivisions, that's in our general fund, of about $2,500. That's something the state does, every year, it's based on population. So we've had a recent census, our population's gone up a little bit. Typically it only goes up, maybe $1,000 a year. But these are the most recent published numbers for state aid subdivisions for next year. We're budgeting a slight increase in alcohol local option permit. Again, that was up over 7,000 this year. We're putting that at 6 for next year. And then a whopping.
Joe, is there any reason beside it being more this year? That you're saying it's gonna go up another 20%? I mean,
That's really the cost, I think, of maybe one additional permit.
okay,
So assuming none of our restaurants that have restaurants and bars that have Sunday sales permits
right,
close between now and then. I mean, I would expect 6,000 to be a reasonable conservative number.
okay, yeah, I was just wondering why the 1,000 increase and what beside historical data, is another venue opening up that's gonna have Sunday sales is one, you know what I mean? That's all.
Are you saying another venue is gonna open up?
No, I'm saying this year through what we have, we've collected more than we budgeted. So I would assume that would continue in the next year. Now, if something closes, that number may go down. Just to maintain what we have, we can increase that number by 1,000. We have a whopping doubling of our state TNC local assessment from 25 all the way up to $50. For anyone who doesn't know, TNC is a transportation network company. That's primarily like if Uber and Lyft pick someone up or drop someone off on Seabrook. There's a statewide tax, very small sum of money. I've already spent more time talking about it than it deserves.
That does not include Uber Eats or DoorDash or anything like that. It's just the physical ride share.
So licenses and permits are where we expect to see the biggest changes year over year. So you'll see we've kept the county permit fees pretty much flat. And I think that's a good conservative number. You'll see a couple of years ago, we were at 45,000. So like I said, we've seen a little bit of a downtick in new permits. But we still have, all the maintenance, the repairs, the change outs, the upfits, the renovations. So we put that in at 30,000, which is the same as what we have in 2024. The big change is on business license. You'll see we've plugged in a $300,000 increase. As I mentioned a few minutes before, that's not necessarily a $300,000 increase in new business licenses. That's assuming the ordinance that's pending is adopted. And what we would do is we would eliminate the annual renewal permit, the $450 per year for short-term rental permits. And in turn, we would increase the base rate for class 9.2 businesses, which are short-term rentals. So we're still collecting that amount, but it would be reflected in our business license revenue instead of the short-term rental permit, which is why we've proposed doing away with the short-term rental permit fund. So we plugged in 300,000. That's a combination of a slight uptick in actual business license revenue. We continue to see increases. Mike's out there all day, every day, doing a great job. And we've seen that reflected in our year-to-date business license revenue. I think we're already over budget for this year. We should come in well over budget for 2024. So the majority of this increase is resulting from the increase of the base rates and moving the short-term rental permits under business licenses. But we did plug in a small increase, maybe 50,000 or so, in additional business license revenue on top of that. So all told, it's a $300,000 budgeted increase year over year. What you'll see when we get down to the short-term rental permit, which is this line item 1607, that's going down to zero. So the net change is basically about 50,000, and that's what we're projecting. If we weren't changing the short-term rental stuff, we'd probably be increasing business licenses by about 50,000. But with moving the rental stuff over to business license, that's adding another 250,000 to that.
What's the basis of the hypothetical $50,000 increase? Inflation? I mean,
It's inflation. I mean, people are paying more when contractors are coming out. So
so not the rate has changed, but the amount, the volume of business on which it's based.
yeah, the only rate that is changing is in the pending ordinance tied to short-term rentals.
Right.
So that's changing the base rate for class 9.2, but we haven't changed any of the other base rates or variable rates. That's just primarily through inflation, increased enforcement are really the primary two drivers. If the contractor is charging more to come out to do the same job compared to what they were doing last year, their gross revenue for that job would go up. Their business license fee is based on gross revenue. So if they're collecting more, the stuff that's here in town, like club dining and other restaurants and those type of things. I mean, anyone who's gone to a restaurant knows prices have gone up year over year. So it's slight increase from inflation, increase from enhanced enforcement, but the majority of it, like I said, is tied to moving the rental stuff over.
What was that, the moving this stuff over, was that meant to be revenue neutral, or does that have a $50,000 increase in it?
So in year one, it's not revenue neutral, but in every subsequent year, it's intended to be revenue neutral. So what'll happen is if the pending ordinances are adopted, all short-term rental permit holders would come in and they would apply for a short-term rental permit in year one. We plug that in, the recommended fee is $150. So it's reduced from $450 to $150. The difference is they don't have to renew that permit every year. So in year one, we would have an increase from that 150, but in all subsequent years, the rates are designed to be revenue neutral because they're not having to renew it every year. Any other questions on business license? It's an important one because it's our largest revenue source. But the main thing is no changes aside from adjusting the class 9.2, no other changes in our rate structure. The other big one, and this was tied to what we actually collected this year from the statewide insurance revenue. That blew the budget out of the water. So we recommended increasing the insurance revenues for next year to 350, which is a $100,000 increase. And where we are year to date, just to refresh your memory. We're at 373, almost 374 year to date. So we plugged that in at 350.
So we get like, the state collects this and we get a share of what the state collects from insurance.
Actually, the municipal association collects it for all the cities, and they break it out, and that's the portion that we get from our, collected from our jurisdiction.
And it's just for like flood insurance or, you know, whatever, homeowners insurance. It's
All hazards, yeah.
all
I think what's driving it primarily is flood, but, I mean, all insurance has gone up.
And it too is based on the dollars of revenue. Not like one company pays a set fee, but it's based on revenue, so as homeowner premiums go up. The towns get their cut of that increase.
Correct. The rate is not changing, but it's tied to the income that the insurance companies are receiving. So all told, across all funds, licenses and permits would go up 228,000. The planning and zoning fees are showing an increase. That's like I said, we would have in year one. From all the short-term rental permits, they would pay that one-time permit fee. Once they pay it one time, they don't have to keep paying it in every subsequent year. So we're showing an increase in year one, because we assume most of the ones that have them will obtain a permit for the new permit year that starts in May of next year. Those would now be under planning and zoning fees. That would be a zoning permit. So that 80,000 is primarily covering the one-time short-term rental permits. So in the 2026 budget, we would drop that number back down substantially. And all we'd be collecting is new ones that are coming in or changes of ownership and those type of things. But for year one, because everyone would get one in year one, we're showing an increase. Any questions on licenses and permits? Hearing none, we're showing no changes in miscellaneous. Sale of assets, I mean, we really just put that in as a placeholder. If we end up selling anything over the course of the year, that's where we put it. A couple of years ago, I think we sold a refrigerator, we sold some vehicles in the past. But it's just, most years it's nothing, but from time to time, we may sell something. A lot of times we just donate it to other organizations or habitat or
Well, and what you had said earlier is great, the 5-year amortization for the new vehicles and stuff, but we actually keep our vehicles longer than 5 years, right? I mean, you've told me about some trucks that we've had there.
We had one that was old enough to vote. We had one that was 18 years old. When we had the municipal association come out to film an award video one year when we received an award, we had to beg them not to include that vehicle when they went out and shot some drone footage. It was pretty much rusted through. So ideally, we won't be keeping vehicles 18 years anymore. We budget as if we have 5 years. My hunch is we'll probably be on a 6 to 7 year replacement schedule. 2 of the ones we bought are actually 2019, so we actually have the money to replace them. They're still in pretty good condition, fairly low mileage, so we're gonna keep them for at least another year.
And then when you get new ones, you just trade those in, so that, right?
We
So
would
that's not
sell
counted
those.
as like a sale of assets.
That would not be here, that would be,
Just get a traded value.
yeah, that would be in the, that would not be in the general fund, that would be accounted for revenues in the, vehicle replacement fund, but it would be considered selling assets. So on sales and user charges, we're continuing to see more contractors and businesses use the credit card option. We just last week signed a contract with Citizen Serve. So Nicole and Pete are working on getting our new license and permit software going. Once that's fully implemented, we do expect to see additional increases in revenue from credit card transactions. So we're budgeting it here on the credit card convenience fees. Basically, we get 3%. And that's to offset the cost of processing those transactions. So like, Visa or whoever, charges their fees on their side. So we'll see a similar expenditure on the expenditure side for what we pay for processing fees. So that should be neutral at the end of the day.
Joe, is that typical these days for municipalities to be passing that fee along?
Usually 3 from when we set ours, we looked at what others were and we seemed to be about the average.
Because we certainly don't want to discourage people from using a credit card. So we should keep our eye on that as we go along.
One note too is once we do make the complete and full transfer to Citizen Serve, it'll be a different financing. On the back end, right now it's showing up square.
Right.
Everything, it's going to be a different processing company.
If they don't wanna pay the credit card, do they mostly do checks?
Checks or cash or money orders.
We haven't had too many suitcases full of cash. That's good. But you never know.
On taxes, we have town accommodations tax. We plugged that in at 200, which is actually an increase. So you may say, well, why is state going down, but town going up? 2023 was the first year that we put that one into place. So we had a little bit of a delay we use the county to collect that for us. So every short-term rental property was already paying 2% to the county for the county A tax. They now collect our 1% on top of that, so they keep their 2%, but then they cut us a check for our 1%. So year one, it was kind of a shot in the dark. We came in over budget, but there was still a little bit of a delay in transition. So we feel that if the state A tax, which is set at 2%, is budgeted at 400,000, then the town A tax, which is at 1%, would be logical to be 1/2 of the state A tax. So now that that's fully in place, everyone should be paying it. We budgeted that at 1/2 of our state A tax, which is 200,000. For the other financing sources, this is including the interfund transfers. So there's transfers from the general fund. Those are primarily what's going out to like conservation fund and road and drainage fund and emergency fund. And then there's also a transfer coming out from the state accommodations tax. That's going to the general fund, and we'll cover that in more detail in a few minutes. So total interfund transfers, 950,000. Again, that's just money moving between funds. And then use of fund balance, total is 214,217 across all of the funds. So this year's budget, we were using a bunch more fund balance. Primary purpose for that was, as we have large surpluses, we want to stay within that policy amount of 50 to 100%. So we were using more from the fund balance to get it down to that policy amount. But then we were also appropriating a bunch out from ARPA to spend for the fire truck donation and the transfer in, from the ARPA fund. So looking at our total revenues before transfers and use of fund balance, that's the gray line. For 2025, 3,636,981, against 2024, 3,350,234. So before looking at any interfund transfers and fund balance, the net increase in revenue was 286, or budgeted to be $286,747 across all of our funds. That's an increase of 8.6%. When we include all the transfers and the fund balance appropriations, last year was a little over keep saying last year, this year's budget, 2024. A little over 6.2 million. For next year, 2025, that's actually dropping to 4.8 million. So even though our actual program revenues are up, our total revenues are down, and that's primarily because we're not using as much in the we're not transferring as much money around through interfund transfers, and we're not using as much fund balance as we did in 2024. Any questions on the revenue side? Hearing none, we'll jump ahead to the expenditures. Again, these are across all funds. Our total personnel, all of our personnel are included in the general fund. 1,384,272. That includes all the personnel categories, wages, overtime, FICA, which is Social Security and Medicare, medical insurance, retirement, and any pre-employment expenses, so like advertising positions, drug tests, background checks, things of that nature. So that's an increase year over year of 198,685, or 16.8%. We'll go into those in more detail when we get into the general fund, but it's about a $200,000 increase year over year. On the operating side, across all funds, the total operations is actually going down about 351,000. So 2024, we were at 1,772, 1,772,000. This year it's going down to 1,421,000. You'll see some of those are going up, some of them are going down. The big one that's going down is donations. That's out of the ARPA fund. That's because this year we budgeted a 400,000 donation to St. John's Fire District. That's a one-time thing. It's not being rebudgeted this year. So it's showing as a reduction of 400,000, but that was just a one-time item. We are showing some increases in facility maintenance, the credit card processing charges. Insurance has pretty much gone up across the board. We're seeing some increases in materials and supplies. Professional services are going down. We'll cover that when we get into general fund. We've seen increases in software licenses and subscriptions and special events. And decrease on tourism-related expenditure grants. We didn't receive as many requests this year as we did last year. And ATAX, most of the other ones are just moving a couple thousand up to that. We'll go over those in more detail as we go through the individual funds. On the capital side, in 20.
I have a basic question, just sure I know if they do that columns. When the column says fiscal year 2025 adopted, that's what we're here to do. We haven't actually adopted it.
Should be recommended.
Okay.
Yeah. I think in the other one, we call it draft. The other worksheet draft. So when it's finalized, it will become adopted.
Right. Okay.
Right, for right now, it's draft. That's great. Thank you for pointing that out. On capital, you'll see in 2024, we were at 362,500. In 2025, that'll drop to 130. Capital tends to be your non-recurring stuff, so it may go up or down from one year to the next. So we had an increase for professional services. We'll cover that when we get into the road and drainage fund. That's being used primarily for permitting and then getting us out into the bid process to enter into a contract for the Seabrook Road project. And then special projects going down. We had several special projects this year, like the sign, the fence replacement coming out of ATAX. All those projects should be completed this year. So we just have a much smaller amount budgeted for next year for special projects. So that's going down 232,500 year over year. Our other financing sources, that's these are funds being budgeted out from general fund or out from conservation. Or out to general fund or out to conservation or to any of the other funds. The total is 950, 119. And then reserved for future use, that's just money we're not going to use. It's just being budgeted to go into the fund balance to be reserved for future expenditures, $915,413. So again, our total expenditures before transfers and reserving funds for future use, $2,935,785, which is a reduction year over year of $384,782. And again, our total budget, including all the interfund transfers and funds reserved for future use, is down. Same as the revenues were, same amounts, down by a little over $1.4 million. So that's a look at our total budget across all of the funds. What I'd like to do now is go into our general fund, which is the one that's going to take the longest. So anytime you want to break, what time is?
Lunch is coming in by 12.
By
Nicole
12.
just went to go pick it up.
So when we get into general fund, I think the intent is we would go into, we'll start with personnel. Mayor, did you want to go into executive session for that? Okay. We've already covered across all funds, spend a lot of time on the revenue stuff since we've already covered a lot of it. But in the general fund, this starts on page 4 of the worksheet. We don't break revenues out by department or cost category, so you see all those are gray. Seriously. So just to hit those again real quick on the general fund side, these are on page 4. You see a $5,000 increase in Berkeley Electric. You see the grant going back down to 0. We've plugged in $65,000 increase in local government investment pool. You look at our year-to-date, annualize it, it's going to be a lot higher than that, but we're reducing it by 25% in anticipation of yields coming down in 2025. So on the general fund, that's a $65,000 increase. Just nominal changes on the intergovernmental. The big changes we already discussed on the business license from the short-term rental permits moving over. The brokers insurance or the insurance brokers going up 100, and then the planning and zoning fees going up 80. And that's from the one-time short-term rental permits that would be obtained in 2025. So 480,000 increase in licenses and permits. No budgeted changes in miscellaneous or sale of assets. Credit card convenience fees, again, we're showing a $10,000 increase. Our other financing sources, we have in the budget 3 transfers in. I'm sorry, 1 transfer in. This year we had 3. The only one we have for next year is a transfer in from state accommodations tax. So we're able to take some of our personnel, if they're tied in any way to tourism promotion. So we take half of Abby's salary and benefits. And then I think it's 12.5% of our code enforcement officers. We basically count that as tourism related expenditures. So we quantify that and then we do a transfer from a tax into the general fund. We incur the cost in the general fund, but we take some money from state aid tax to reimburse for that cost. So that amount this year is 73,328 would be coming in from state aid tax. What you'll see when we get to the state aid tax fund, that same amount would be listed as an expenditure because it's money coming out of state aid tax. We have no transfers in from short-term rental permit fund, again, because our recommendation is to eliminate that fund, and no transfers in from ARPA fund. The recommendation is to eliminate the ARPA fund.
Assuming this budget, the budget that gets adopted, does terminate the short-term rental permit fund.
Mhm.
When will the balance in the short-term rental permit fund be transferred? Is that
We
effective
would-
12/31? I mean, how does that all work?
My intent is to put it in the budget ordinance. So we'd have like a section in the budget ordinance that any remaining funds from the short-term rental permit fund, which as of right now, we're estimating around 20,000, would move to the general fund with the stipulation that it would have to be used for rental related staff and equipment, software, those type things.
So when the 2024 year ends,
Mhm.
is that 20-odd thousand dollars still in the short-term rental permit fund, or has it moved to the general fund?
It would move after the ordinance adopting the budget is approved. So basically, as of 12/31, those funds would be moved to the general fund, anything that's still outstanding.
So when we do the 2026 budget, there won't be a short-term rental permit fund line on there because the money will have already gone.
Yeah, there won't be in 25 or 26 or any year going forward.
Right, okay, good.
So for 2025, we're also recommending taking 191,817 from the fund balance, the general fund balance, in order to balance the budget. That doesn't mean that we have a deficit of $191,817. When we get to the expenditure side, you'll see that we're recommending moving a bunch of money over to some of the other funds. Only by doing that do we create a deficit. So total revenues before transfers and using fund balance, 2,969,931, which is an increase of 536,000 year over year. When we include fund balance, transfers in, and use of fund balance, 2024 was about 3.3, 2025, 3,235,000. So it's a decrease year over year of $69,052. Any questions on the revenue side? Okay, with that, do you want to, we're going to discuss personnel at this point.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a motion to go into, if I can figure out how to do this?
Hit the stop screen share. Cause you're still showing your screen.
Stop share. You wanna take a motion to go into executive session and then we'll start.
Anyone want to make that motion to go move? Okay. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Okay, we're back in public, can I get a motion?
Motion to go back to public session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're back in public session. In the executive session, no votes were taken. We are going to adjourn for lunch. And when we come back, and go back into public session, then there will be discussion of some adjustments in the personnel area of the budget, that were discussed in executive session. So, do we need a motion to adjourn to lunch?
I think you can just declare a recess.
Recess for lunch. Are we coming back? Okay, we have to do anything to be back?
Just return to open session.
We're gonna return to open session. We said before that, we would recap, some of, what was discussed in the, well, where we left off in the, executive session. So how are we gonna deal with this, Catherine, your job? The line item. Building and grounds.
So following a discussion, the consensus appears to be to remove the buildings and grounds assistant / assistant code enforcement officer. And to make all other associated adjustments in the other line item that are tied to that position.
Sounds right. Sounds right. All right. So that will be done. And where does that leave us?
I guess everyone's good with including an associate judge in the salary line item.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah. Were there any other adjustments for the time being on the salary gross wages line item?
I believe so.
Okay. It's not set in stone until second reading approval, so you can still make changes, additions or deletions over the next 2 months or so. All right, so now we'll move ahead to line item 5010, which is our salaries overtime line item. We do include, as of right now, we have one non-salary position in our zoning and code enforcement. So we do put in a bank just for overtime in the event that we need him here for extra time or anything that might come up on a weekend or something like that. So we have 2,000, which is the same amount we've put in for the last several years. All the other personnel related items, FICA, that's set at 7.65% of the gross wages. So whatever we've budgeted for all the personnel lines, understanding we'll take out the buildings and grounds position. That's basically taking the budgeted salary times 0.0765 to come up with that number.
Yes.
Everyone follow? On medical insurance, for most of our employees, they have the employee only rate. So this is what the town pays for the medical insurance. You'll see we have 2, I believe, who the rate is different. This is set by PIBA. So if an employee has a spouse, child or children or full family, it does impact the employer portion that the town pays. So you'll see most of them are set at the same rate, but there's 2 that have something other than employee only coverage.
So S his spouse and C his child.
Yes. ES employee spouse, EC is employee child. We do have one staff member who does not participate in the medical insurance, so we don't contribute anything for that.
And one note too is we are currently in open enrollment. If any of these items do change, I will let council know. Just in case an employee decides to change their insurance.
Do we think these are the rates for next year?
Yeah, those are already public.
Okay.
Courts run it out every year. So under the state, insurance program, there's an employer portion, which is set by the program, and then there's an employee portion. The employee portion depends on whether they have employee only, employee spouse, employee child, or full family. The employee only portion, per month, for the last 5, 6 years or so, the town, as part of its benefits package, has contributed the employee portion. So if it's employee only, the town picks up the 97.68 per month. If it's employee spouse or employee child or full family, the town pays the first 97.68, and then the employee pays anything above and beyond that. So that's not a guaranteed thing. It's always subject to approval by council. So we've included it in the budget. But that's always a policy decision of council.
Just out of curiosity. 97.68, how much was it like last year?
It was also 97.68. That part of the insurance premiums have not increased.
So okay,
It's been 97.68 as long as I've been here.
really?
Yeah, but PIBA usually puts the increases on the employer side, not the employee side.
Yeah. Okay.
We would strike the numbers for the position that was removed. For PIBA retirement, this is all of our full-time members as well as judge and associate judge. And so a couple of our part-time code enforcement officers, if they are employees with other state agencies or retirees from PIBA retirement, then we also have to contribute towards them as well. So one of our part-timers, I think, is DOT, one was with NUSC, which is a state agency. So even though they're part-timers, we're still contributing a portion of their pay. The state retirement rate through PIBA, the employee is it 9%?
9.
And the employer portion is 18.56%. So we have that in for all of our funded employees and any part-timers who are required, where we are required to make contributions.
Has that rate been 18.56 for a while? Or did
It's
they change it periodically?
gone up over a period of several years. I think it was like 1% or 0.5%, or do you remember right offhand?
It was 0.5%. For a long period of time, people increased the employer portion because the fund almost ran out.
Yeah, they've increased, like when I started in the program, the employee was 6%. And that increased over time where the employee is now 9%. I don't remember what the employer used to be, but it's increased over several years. There's no increase this year.
Okay, that was my point.
But the rate has gone up over time. So any questions on the PIBA retirement? Okay. On the pre-employment expenses, we do budget in the event we have to replace employees or anything over the course of the year. We budget for advertising, background checks, drug tests, things of that nature. I did mark this, if the one position is going to come out, I may reduce this $500 or $1,000 for that, but that's not a huge amount of budget.
I'm sorry.
Question or-
No, it can be a distraction.
Okay.
And for those of you watching at home, we do understand that the video is glitching right now. I believe it's related to our Wi-Fi, but our audio is. We're just looking at that.
All right, so if there aren't any questions on that, that completes the personnel items in the general fund. And again, why you see all those different columns, those are, based on the, departments or cost centers. So we have admin is one, buildings and grounds is one, communications is one. So jumping ahead to operating expenses, we pick up with line item 6005, which is advertising. We put in the past, I put all these in one, but going forward, what I'd like to do is break out the standard public hearing notices would fall under the council line item at 5,000. But I wanted to break out the planning and zoning related public hearings. So those are like variance requests primarily. So in the past, those were combined. This year, I'd like to separate out the zoning related items under the planning and zoning department. And then we have 1,000 just for non-departmental general notices that we may have to push out, which may include like bid notices, things of that nature. The other one we have, in the past, the town has contributed a monthly contribution, $800 per month towards the Seabrook. We've included that in the draft budget out of the council department. $800 times 12 months is $9,600. Any questions, comments, changes on any of those? Our bank service charges, those just fall under the non-departmental. Those include account fees, ACH payment fees, basically everything Catherine handles on the back end, so we can collect and pay money out. Anything you want to add on that one?
We did increase the QuickBooks line item,
You're in a different, that's under software,
oh, which one am I? Sorry.
bank service charges.
No, I don't have anything to add on that.
Okay,
Was I supposed to? I'm sorry.
just asking if anything new or changed.
No.
So under contingency, historically, what we've done is we put a line in the budget just for unexpected things that may come up over the course of the year. We used to set this at 30, we bumped it up to 50 a couple of years ago, and that's what we have it as in this year's budget. We put it in as non-departmental, but it literally could be if you know, we have a estimate for a project and it goes over by 10,000 or something. We built in a contingency or a surplus into our budget so that we can account for those types of things without our total general fund expenditures exceeding the maximum. So we recommended keeping that where it's been for the last several years at 50,000.
If it's over a certain threshold, does the mayor have to approve utilizing that fund? Like if you get a bill for $20,000 that we weren't planned, does the mayor have to approve it coming out of there, or can you and Catherine just say, I'm gonna charge it to the contingency?
If it's something that's budgeted in another line item and it goes over the amount budgeted, then we take it to the mayor to sign off on.
Okay.
We're not taking it out of contingency for like that type of situation.
Yeah.
We're overspending a line item.
Okay.
So that contingency is just there to account for overspending. You know, in most circumstances, usually we're staying under our line items. So even if something goes over, maybe what we estimate, if it doesn't exceed the total, you know, for administration, professional services, if we're not over budget, then it may not necessarily require the mayor's approval. But if it's something that's like way over budget or wasn't included in the budget, then we would have the mayor sign off on that.
Thanks.
Or if it's putting the total of that line in the budget, we would have the mayor sign off on it. Under our contracted services, I'm not gonna go through all these. These are just our general things that we contract out. So like HVAC, pest control, security, garbage service, offsite storage, commercial cleaning. we do have several, well, the majority of these fall under buildings and grounds. Some of these are like annual or semi-annual items that are related to, some of our landscape maintenance. So for example, like the pine straw application, which I think is the biggest one, out of all of them. You know, we could have Robert doing that for several weeks, or we can just bring in a contractor and get it done like in a day or two. So we typically use contractors for, big projects like that. So we do our palm tree pruning, the, application of pine straw, pressure washing and a few others. Couple of the ones that we,
Well, but can I just follow? Sure. One of those is, on on-call landscaping services, on-call services due to absence,
Yes.
large tree. So like if Robert's on vacation, there, this is, the name of the company is on-call,
no, that's just
that's the,
if we need somebody on call.
okay,
So like if we knew Robert was gonna be out for an extended period of time, we could contact a local landscape contractor and they could come in and do our mowing or something that week. So we don't have a designated contractor. There's a few that we use for different services who could provide that service. In reality, typically what Robert does, Robert's great. Robert, if he knows he's gonna be out, like he'll come in the Saturday before he leaves, and he comes in like the day he gets back into town. And a lot of times we don't even have to use that. Where we typically use it is like, you know, if it's a downed limb or something like that, Robert can take care of it. But if an entire tree has to come down, if it's disease dying, we may bring in like a tree removal
Right.
company.
and let me be clear, I'm not questioning this category, I'm suggesting we keep in mind for that other discussion about the supplementation of Robert, that we do, that we do have experience with some contracting companies we could call, to get bids for that supplementation.
Mhm.
One question, Joe, it just, to me, it doesn't belong here. Low country marine mammal, because everything else is like services related to this, the town hall and the facility. But then that, it was moved from ATAX, I'm not sure it was moved from ATAX, but it seems like there'd be a better category to put that under.
It, the reason why it's there is because we have a contract with them.
Okay.
The town each year, assuming we continue doing this, the town council approves a contract with, Low Country Marine Mammal Network. You're right, we did used to fund it out of ATAX. Last year, we had a lot more requests than we had dollars. So it was moved from ATAX to the general fund. It's also, I think, the only one
That has been questioned by the
Turk
state.
has ever questioned the use of ATAX about.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, Turk
So,
contacted us asking us how it helps tourism related activities.
They didn't challenge it, but they did question it. So we recommended last year moving it into contracted services. And it doesn't fall under buildings and grounds like all the facility and landscape and all that. It falls under our non-departmental general operations, but we do have a contract with them to provide those services.
Okay, I didn't realize we had a contract with them, but it just seemed.
Yeah, you'll probably be seeing it in a few months.
Okay.
Assuming you approve it in the budget to continue the program.
$10,000.
One other thing that we added this year was, vehicle detailing. They try to vacuum them as best they can, but those things going out on the beach, there's no amount of vacuuming that you can do. I mean, they need like a deep clean. So we put in, for each of our vehicles once per year to have a company come out and do a deep clean detail, of all of our vehicles.
And we're not gonna wash them in between. Just a detail.
If there are any other questions on that, under credit card processing, we plugged it in as Square, like Catherine said, when we move over to Citizen Serve, I think they have a different processing company, so the vendor doesn't necessarily matter, it's the amount, and that's basically set as the same amount for what we collect from the convenience fees. It's money in, money out, so we have both of those at 25,000. Um, Moving ahead to the next line, we have our discretionary grants. These fall under the council department. We basically recommended keeping those things at the same level this year as this year. So 15,000 for community promotions grants and 15,000 for environment and wildlife conservation. Any changes or discussion on any of those?
You can take out, I didn't notice this before, the parenthetical.
No. It's a carryover from last year.
Yep.
We don't have something on here because we haven't done it out of general fund in quite some time. But I think it falls in line alphabetically next. You see how it jumped from 60-35 to 60-45. And I think 60-40 is donations. And Mayor, is that an item that you wanted to
Yeah,
bring forward for discussion?
thanks, Jeff. I have had some discussions, some meetings with MUSC. And they've requested that the town make a donation towards the Freshfields project. As I've said many times, I think that is the single most important improvement to quality of life on the island, that certainly most meaningful in all the time that we've been there. So I think it is something that the town should support financially. I know that, yeah, it's been tossed around before based on a prior location, but I don't really think any of that matters. Just because it is such a critical benefit to quality of life here. I think that we should add, we should provide for it in the budget, come up with some dollar amount that makes sense. Budget for it, and then try to get it applied in the way that we think is a suitable use for it. And I'm not sure what that is. I'm not even sure what dollar amount. I guess the number that I have been thinking is $100,000. We've got a significant surplus, cash surplus in this budget. Some of that or all of it could be taken out of the surplus. There are adjusted. There's 50,000 that goes to the conservation fund, which I'm just not sure where that money ends up being spent. And there are, I could give a couple of other places, but the budget itself, the way I calculated it anyway, has over $700,000 in cash surplus. So we aren't immediately strapped for cash. And so I think that us, the town, being part of the emergency room over there is to the town's benefit. It's to our residents' benefit. We could presumably, I don't know, get some sort of credit for doing that, if that's important in terms of a naming opportunity or something. And I will be, to be honest, I know that in, projects, charitable projects in other parts of the world, assume it happens here too. People actually look to see who the donors were. And I think that we would be conspicuous in our absence, if we're not part of that. So I'm suggesting that we provide for $100,000 in the donations category. And if everybody's not satisfied with taking it out of the $700,000 plus surplus, I would then propose that we delete the 50,000 to the conservation fund. So thoughts?
Well, I agree that to me, this is the most important improvement that we have now or that I foresee. It's seems fairly self-evident, so I don't spend any time on it, but in certain things like strokes, minutes matter, and right now we're at an hour to a hospital, and we can instead be 10 minutes. The degree, I'm not giving any thought to the degree to which MUSC, needs the money or this or that. I just don't know, but I think it's, but I will say this, unlike a donation to an out of area thing that we're doing from a charitable standpoint, which again, is the area of Hurricane Helene is devastated, it's terrible. But this is not, this is for us. I mean, this is for a hospital for us, for the citizens of Seabrook, and obviously John's Island and the area. But to me, I know some people have different opinions, but for me, I feel fortunate that the hospital, that the facility will be built as close, about as close to Seabrook as you can get, closer to other parts. I think it's, as the mayor said, extremely important project. Having only heard about it in terms of the donation a minute ago, I just don't have any coherent formulated thoughts on the amount or this or that, but the concept is something that I fully support.
Here's the thing. If a person wants to give money for, by all means, give whatever you want. But I agree in the importance of having a facility here. But if we don't give any money, are they not going to take us? Are they not going to provide us with services? I mean, just to say we did this because, I don't know. I mean, MUSC is a big business. I mean, we've discussed this before in other councils and so on, and it's like, that's fine, just to have our name up on a wall somewhere, I don't really value that one way or the other. People want to have it and so on. But like I say, what do we get out of it? They're not gonna build it? No, they're gangbusters. I mean, what does this allow them to do that they wouldn't normally be allowed to do? I don't know. And maybe it's just, I hear what you're saying and I value the building and so on, and I'm glad it's there. Because I'll probably need it sooner rather than later. But on the flip side, if I do need it and drive over there or just or someone drives me over there. They're gonna say, well, wait a minute, Seabrook didn't, contribute, therefore hit the road. We're gonna get the services anyway.
I will say that one thing that I found great about what you just said is I finally found the first expending line item that you've been against. So that. So that's actually noteworthy, that's notable.
A lot of green on stuff.
Anything on this, right?
So my thought, you said we've got a surplus. We also have a deficit. When it comes to fixing the road. So that's gonna cost us another, what, $1.5 million than what we currently have based on some latest estimates. I don't know if that's the case or not, but so. That road's gonna be just as important for the facility, so they can access that facility. As contributing the $100,000 for them to build a building. The second thing, I'm all for creating a donation, we talked about it earlier. Some type of fund for donations. I don't know if MUSC, and you know, there's websites out there that will tell you, if you contribute to this organization. X percentage goes to administrative expenses, X percentage goes to the actual. I don't know where MUSC falls. You know, if it came back that MUSC is 60% to the administration, then I'd be against donating to MUSC. That's me personally. I think there's other organizations out there locally that I won't say are more deserving, but more needy of those funds. But I'm not opposed to it. I just want to learn more about MUSC before I would give a definitive yes. On first brush, the $100,000 sounded high. You know, I was expecting somewhere between 25 and 50. But again, this is the first I've heard of it, so I haven't thought anything else about it.
So, again, this would not be delineated for the benefit of MUSC, not that I didn't mean to be navigator, I guess is what you're referring to, sure, of course. I'm just looking to provide the room for it. Okay. In the budget at this time. Gordon, what do you got to say?
I agree with him.
Which one?
Yeah.
Raymond?
Right.
What about
Gant's okay with spending.
What? Not on this one.
So Dan, in response to what you said, other than Daryl's very funny line, which he stole from me. It's not about, really isn't about a quid pro quo. It's really not about that. What we're getting, we've already got, right? Presumably, when it gets completed, we've got a facility that will save lives of Seabrook residents. So to me, that's enough of a get. And to give a donation towards that, notwithstanding that MUSC has a lot of money, if you accept that as a given, I think it doesn't undercut, wouldn't undercut what we're getting. And so to give them some money that puts our money where our mouths are and says, yeah, we recognize how valuable this is going to be to our citizens. And as a result of that, we're giving you money. So that's.
Here's the thing.
How would you find that they had to spend it at that facility?
Well,
No wells, you'd have to do that. Otherwise, you could end up getting a building downtown.
well,
It's going to do
the money.
But here's
The
my
money, the
question.
money is fungible, whether, I mean, it would be designated for this facility. Of course, that just.
Here's the question, isn't MUSC though a state hospital, isn't it you know, a state organization. I mean, there's a lot of things that are. It was a private hospital where they were, you know, dependent upon donations to open their doors and so on. That I may feel a little bit different than this is a state organization, a state hospital. Tax dollars go into that already. MUSC decided to build this facility here. And because I would think of need, because of need, and there was definitely need demonstrated here with the growing population and the location. Do it again because of that, not because of dollars they're gonna generate from us or Key or someplace else. So.
Why public hospitals that also not only have fundraising arms, but wouldn't be able to build a facility that they build unless there was.
Well, that's why I said.
In South Carolina, I mean, that's a state institution, but people build buildings there. So I'm not saying that's in itself a reason for us to go to say that in response to your point. The funny thing is, for me, it's like if the president of the hospital came to Bruce and said, you know, we're almost there. We almost have the fundraising in place, but we're not gonna do this until we have the fundraising in place, and we've got a ton of money from Kiowa, we've done this, that. I need money.
I do have money.
I need money from you, and we're not gonna build this thing unless.
That's why I asked.
I'd be willing to take out a bond and give them $1 million, okay? So the question is, like, since they didn't do it that way, since they didn't try to say, we're not gonna build this unless you give us $1 million. Do we then say, okay, well, you know, we've already done it, so we're not gonna contribute even a fraction of what I would be willing to pay to get this thing done if they did it that way. So, and look, I don't think there's any right answer. I think to me, it's a good question to pose, which is like, what would you be willing to do if they came to you beforehand and said, this thing ain't get done unless we get a contribution from Seabrook? And if so, would you be willing to contribute a fraction of that as a contribution? And for me, I would, I understand it's not an open and shut case, it's not.
But I would rather even put the 100,000 or an amount to the road.
But it's not, honestly, then, it's not either. We are. We have many different. Things that we can spend, if we had unlimited funds that we could spend money on. We're not making a choice. I'm donating to MUSC. By the way, the money doesn't go to MUSC. It goes to their nonprofit, NUHA. It will be conspicuous when there. This isn't the reason to give. I'm just saying, my experience is pretty clear. if the town of Seabrook Island hasn't given when the thing is concluded. And flip side of that, I think if you asked 20 Seabrookers if they thought the town should make a monetary contribution to the emergency facility going up there, it would surprise me if 16 of them didn't say yes. And I think everybody that lives here agrees. The one thing I think everybody agrees on is that this is a really important thing for us to get. So anyway, I think that is, my sense again is that we should put it on the budget.
Why does it need to be in the budget? If you've got the cash coming out of ready cash for next year, why does it need to be in the budget?
Oh, I mean, it's kind of why we're here.
It's gotta be a line item, this budget. If not, I have to go back and reappropriate the funds.
So we'd have to do a budget amendment in order to do it. So I think that, like I said, if there are places that we can draw the money from if you know, reducing a $700 some odd thousand cash surplus to 600 isn't satisfactory, then by all means, as I said, I suggested a couple. But I don't think we ought to continue discussing it. I'm not really sure that there's is or isn't adequate support from the group to do it, you know. So what does everybody think? Is there or isn't?
Well, I support it, but I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. I support it.
I support creating a donation fund. But if it's all earmarked for MUSC, the 100,000, I don't support that. And if we did create a fund of 100,000, I would request that anything over 25,000 to an individual organization at least be discussed with council. Even though it doesn't have to be, I'm just asking that.
Here, if you do that, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna have 50 groups coming asking you for 500 for this and 1,000, which is why we set up the community promotion grants and the environment and wildlife grants. So
Oh, they know it's even there.
they know.
No, how many people actually read the budget?
Oh, there's, you read the budget.
Yeah.
I thought you said, I thought Raymond said over 25,000.
Yeah, it would have to come to council. But if there's other group, I mean, there's not a thing in there that would.
Are you just
require-
saying there, if you set up a fund, then you'd have a lot of people come to get from the fund? I got it.
But I thought that's what the mayor said. It's not all earmarked for MUSC, or it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, I really wasn't focused on what Joe is saying. And I kind of think human nature being what it is, that kind of is an unintended consequence of what I was thinking. I don't know how to get around that, but I am sensitive, Raymond, to what you're saying. But yet I don't think that at this stage, we're prepared to commit any significant gift to that project. And if I'm hearing everybody right, and maybe the answer is to not do this now, do more work with MUSC, do more research, and come up with a specific proposal that I can bring to council later in the year as a budget amendment proposal. I mean, Joe, what do you think of that?
I mean, it's doable, yeah.
So you win after all.
Oh, I'm not confused with that.
I mean, your other alternative, since we don't appear to have a consensus, at first reading of the budget, you can make a motion to include
I'm
it
not gonna do that.
and put it out for a vote.
I'm not gonna do that. I think that they will do more research. I'll have, you know, I don't know how many more meetings with the MLSC folks. And figure out something that I think will be workable. And back to Daryl's, question, point, this was anything but a heavy-handed ask by MUSC. It was as light an ask as I could. I mean, look, I've been the subject of pretty aggressive approaches by charities in the past. This was just not that. This was surprisingly modest. So, okay.
What is the conservation fund that we could, I mean, not take the money from, but like there's 50,
Well, there's 50,000 in
What
there
is
now
it?
that went in last year.
but what does that do?
That's unclear.
Well, it has a purpose. It's
Sort of.
written in the memorandum, but,
Sort of.
I mean, if you want to go to that fund now, we can. I was gonna discuss. it.
No, let's keep going because. I mean, we're hours behind anyway.
Okay.
So then, the, hurricane aid, proposal that you began discussing, or first thing this morning, should be on the table right now as well, if you want that, because that's where it would go to, isn't it? Donations.
Yeah, I get it, yes.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, are we gonna put a certain amount of money in there for charitable donations, or are we? I think there's, again, questions that you had just brought up about MUSC. Let's take a look at that. Do we give the money to the United Way, South Carolina, to help with their hurricane and designate it to a specific fund? And do we allow citizens to supplement that amount? In other words, we give $10,000 as like seed money and then ask the community and over the next 2 weeks to, or whenever we decide to put this out there, to supplement it and then make that donation in the name of the town of Seabrook. This is, again, to echo what was said this morning, this is a one-off. These types of storms don't come around very often, and when they do, it's nice for a town to step up to support another town in the state. It would be nice if the state of South Carolina had a hazard fund or some type of emergency fund of some type to help out municipalities that need it, but they don't. So we have to maybe find another vehicle. So, and I'm not looking for, again, getting an X amount of dollars, is it 10, is it 20, I don't know. But I wasn't thinking a whole lot more than that. So that's my pitch.
So I'm gonna say what I said this morning, which is God knows the devastation is terrible. I generally think that our funds should be directed towards things that go to our community. There are so many worthy causes. Is this, going to be a one-off? I mean, you have communities that are devastated. For example, by the railroad thing a couple years ago, where there's pollutants that spewed through the air and basically destroyed that town. So, I mean, I just,
I'm just bringing it up,
and the other
I
thing,
think this is a lot different than the normal types of, this is our state. And, again, as I said this morning, this is the worst storm than Hugo. And it's just stepping up to try to help people in our state. If we don't feel that we should be doing it, and it opens up doors to fine and so on, that's okay. Yeah, I'm bringing it up, you decide which one to do. I'm having a good evening.
and obviously, as I said, I've contributed, it's wonderful for individuals to contribute. I don't think people are gonna wanna sort of combine their thing with Seabrook. I mean, they're,
Is it
You wanna-
Sequoia already collecting from people?
well, goods,
Oh,
you know,
just goods.
goods. I don't know that they're collecting, but but people can just do that like immediately right now. And of course, there's also a tax deduction for that, which if they try to combine it with the town, it gets very complicated. I don't know, it's as worthy as the cause is, it seems like an area that could open up ramifications.
Like I said this morning, when I was approached by people about what is the town doing. And in my position as a town councilman, people asked me. I said I would bring it up. So I brought it up. I think it's a worthwhile idea, but I understand where you're coming from.
All right, so we're gonna pass on this? So it sounds like, okay, we're gonna pass on this, let's go back to, what line number are we on, John?
We're on 60/50 equipment purchases. So we have under buildings and grounds, this is just for miscellaneous tools and stuff that, he may need to purchase 3,000, and then we have 1,000 under planning and zoning for any equipment or tools they may need for field work, and those type of things. So 4,000 total. For these, I'm just gonna go unless anybody stops me to ask a
Yeah,
question.
please.
Okay. For equipment rentals, we have several items that we rent. We have our copier lease, we have our postage meter lease. We have the 3 portable storage units in the parking lot off to the side for buildings and grounds.
So I'd like to address that one, John.
Okay.
They've been out there for how many years?
Going
We're going on 3.
on 3.
3 years? I'd like to get another couple, because they really are doing well out there. I know that we've got a lot of storage here that we need, so I think we should rent 2 more.
I think we should take $100,000 and contribute that toward,
Just kidding. Dan, you hesitated there, an awkward long time.
Well-
No, I actually, while I actually agree with Dan that they have been out there an awfully long time, I don't know of any alternative at this point. And I think we should keep looking and hoping that we have an alternative before much longer. But it's got to stay in the budget because we don't have one.
I mean, I think when we talked about the building, the Public Works Committee, I brought up the whole idea of, okay, so what do we do about that? No other place on Seabrook Island would that be allowed for that length of time? So what's our plan to move ahead to something different?
You're right, Dan. I said, we don't have a plan. We don't have another plan. There's nowhere else at this time. So, but you're not wrong. It's just we don't have another plan. Okay. Sorry, John.
And then we have just our miscellaneous equipment rentals. So from time to time, Robert needs to rent equipment for certain buildings and grounds related items. More efficient to rent than to purchase. For facility maintenance, we typically put in 10,000 just for general unexpected things, something breaks, needs to be replaced or repaired. But we did add two specific items this year, that Robert had submitted. He said we're starting to see a bunch more cracks and the, striping, in the parking area, could use a new, restripe. So we put in 10,000 for seal coating, resealing the cracks and striping. And then also 7,500 for, repair and resealing of the sidewalk. That's the area like around, not up front, that's another project that we're working, not the pathway. This is the area like right in front of Town Hall. You can tell it's kind of like fallen apart and discolored. So that's to repair and reseal that.
So what, these columns here,
Mhm.
is this year? I don't, there's no labels at the top.
Yeah, cut off at the top. But
So
the-
like where it says 2,700 in the second column over, is that
This building.
this year's budget? Or is that,
That's the buildings and grounds department. These are all this year.
Those are those.
this is all this year? Everything we're looking at is for this year. It's not a comparison.
Departments, those are the departments.
Okay.
That it'll be
Gotcha.
charged.
I didn't know it was a comparison of prior years.
Yeah, so the second one is buildings and grounds, so all those fall under
Okay, okay.
buildings, facilities. If there aren't any other questions on there, we put in our fuel, so we have our emergency generator. We typically budget 800 for that. If we were to have an emergency event, then we would go into our emergency fund because we would probably need to be refilling that more frequently. But that's just to make sure it's topped off and checked. And then we have our three vehicles, the Colorado, Silverado, Tahoe, for fuel. And then we also have our landscaping equipment. So for those, we took our expenditures this year and annualized those and then put a little bit on top of it. The only one you don't see on here is the Chevy Volt, because that one doesn't take any fuel. That one will be fueled by our electric utilities later on in the budget. Any questions on fuel? Hearing none. For insurance, a lot of these went up pretty substantially this year. So we factored in increases pretty much across the board. Last year. There we go. Last year for insurance, we were at 51.3. I think we actually overspent that a little bit. So this year, we have that at 59,800.
It went 44, 51, and now, what did you just say? 59, call it 60.
Yeah.
Pretty dramatic increases over 2 years. But it's what we got.
The only one, and I've raised this, I think at Public Safety Committee, we are still paying for insurance for that lot that we have for the lease, which is, I guess, not approved by BHEC as a debris collection area.
Yeah,
But I don't know that we've ever canceled that lease, so if we're not going to be able to use that, we need to cancel that lease and then we can cut. I'm just gonna circle it. It's not a lot, it's only $500, but
I think it's combined though, because we also cover it for the equestrian center, debris site as well.
do we give the club? Is that who we lease it with?
For the debris site, because there's two properties listed on there, for debris site.
Okay.
So we just need to confirm that the one debris site is no longer.
Yeah, we might have to get another MOU with the club to.
But yes, in short, pretty much all of our insurance has gone up across the board. The last couple of years.
Do we have a broker with, the reason, Matt, Business interruption, that number looks a little high, 20,000.
We use the South Carolina Insurance Reserve Fund, so it's a state agency. So generally, our rates are far more competitive than just trying to procure them privately. We did for our business interruption, it includes lost revenue as well as like, if this building is destroyed, it covers moving, setup of a new facility first month, last month, and then operation of another facility as like an interim town hall, plus the lost revenue. And we update those numbers every year based on our budget numbers. So that one's gone up. We've also the building numbers. We updated the valuation from the building, so that contributed to some of the building and content going up as well. Any other questions on any of those? Hearing none. IT services, we use VC3 for our desktop and tablet support. We put that in at 50,000. And that serves pretty much all departments, so we don't break that out by department. We just put it in as a general operating expense on the far right. We do budget. We haven't had any yet, knock on wood. But in the event we have a case that goes to a jury trial, we do budget for juror pay. We put it at $25 per day. We assumed 5 jury trials, 12 jurors per case, 25 per day. We've never used it before. I hope we never have to use it, but in the event we do, we put in a nominal amount for jury. And also we have to get from the County Election Commission the jury file, which is just an update of all the registered voters in the town. So in the event we have to impanel a jury, that's where we get that information from.
Just an update on that, because I know we've mentioned the jury trials, both of the ones that were pending have been resolved. So there's no. What?
Settled.
Settled.
Yeah.
Wasn't one of those that, what Joe was talking about with that,
That
LLC
is-
rental company?
That is still pending, but that is not a jury trial
Yeah, okay.
at this time.
The law enforcement surcharge, that's just something that we charge. It's an add-on when we have a court case, whatever the town's penalty is, the judge, I think it's state law, has to impose a law enforcement surcharge, a victim advocate surcharge. Those are both $25 each. And then there's also a state assessment, and some of that goes to the county, some of that goes to the state. So those are all just add-ons. So whenever we collect a fine, that's an additional $25 that we collect that has to be remitted to the state. Materials and supplies, most of these are going to be under buildings and grounds. It's basically the stuff Robert uses to maintain the right away, the chemicals, flowers, seeds, irrigation supplies, those type things. We also put in 4,000 for beach maintenance supplies. So when we have signage that's damaged, buoys that have to be replaced, things of that nature. Any questions on material and supply items? The last one we have at the top of the next page, that's just our general office supplies. Now, I try to break out stuff so you can see in great detail. I'm not going to do that for boxes of pens and paper clips and stuff that we
Please
buy
don't.
just for maintaining our office operations. So we plugged in 14,000 for miscellaneous office supplies. For our meeting expenses, that covers council and committee meetings. So like a meeting like today, when we bring in lunch or, those type things, if we have to rent a space, we just put in a fixed amount for council, DRC, planning board, planning commission and board of zoning appeals, and then staff meetings. So 3,300 total for all those. Memberships and dues, some of these are for the town's membership, so they fall under the general government or non-departmental. Some of them are for individual staff members. The ones for the town, we do have our Air Medcare. Yes, 10,500. And that's, does everybody know what Air Medcare is?
Yeah, it's a helicopter to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Which the new emergency room.
Mhm. They'll have a helicopter pad, yes.
I mean, I'm
Um,
not saying this is the case at all, because I know that for the real traumas, that they'll could be airlifted to main MUSC, but I guess the question is whether it still will be needed after we get the emergency room.
Yeah, for this year, I would definitely keep it.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
2026 and beyond. That's a question for council to consider in next year's budget.
I would think at that price, I'd keep it. I would keep it, and, because like you said, a trauma center, this is not gonna be a level 1 trauma center or whatever. If you need somebody, to get you downtown quick, then stabilize you,
And it's not just from here, it's from anywhere in Charleston County.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So, and when I asked the MUSC people about it, their intention, at least as of then, was that they would coordinate with Air Medcare in terms of transporting people from here to downtown.
Right.
So there's a lot of details yet to be.
Yeah, no, I agree with Dan, 10,500 seems like a real one.
I don't think they offer it anymore, so we have a grandfathered plan. So if we were to cancel it, I don't think you can get back onto it if you wanted to.
no cancel.
You can get on it as an individual.
As an individual, you can, but not as a municipal membership. But some of the other things we have in memberships and dues like Costco and MASC, Post and Courier subscription. And then we have some staff, so like American Planning Association and SCAPA, the state chapter. We have ICMA, which is City County Managers Association, Robertson Professional Grounds Management Society. We budget for ABBY, for Public Relations Society. Any questions about any of those? All right, office furniture, we typically will plug in around 5,000, just if we have to replace any of our furniture, decor, anything like that. Sometimes we buy a bookcase, a file cabinet, things of that nature. So we just plug in 5,000 in the event we need anything. Postage, hopefully this coming year will be the last time we do the business license mailers. Once we go to Citizen Serve, ideally everything will be electronic and we can just push those out with an email. Sorry. My giant cup was blocking council. So we do, we mail those out. So we'll likely have one more. And then after that, we'll go to electronic notifications. We put in 2,000 for the flood booklet to be mailed to residents. 5,000, that's our postage meter we have in the office over here. So when we have to send out public notices and things about variances, rezonings, things of that nature, we use the Pitney Bowes machine, and then we have just miscellaneous for anything else that may come up. Under printing and scanning, hopefully, again, this will be the last time we have to do this. The business license renewal and the decal printing. So when we send those out, there's actually two charges. One is for the printing company to produce all the applications and forms and everything. And the other one is the postage. So we've already covered the postage. This is the company that does all the printing for that.
Just one thing, the next to last one, the hurricane guides. It says in there, purchase of them, we purchase those.
We
We do
do.
from the state.
Oh, they don't just give them out?
They've told us this year they weren't gonna do them like
Yeah, I
paper
know,
copies
I know,
anymore,
and they were
and then they did them, so I don't know if they're doing them next year. In the event they do them again, it's only a couple $100, so we put it in. We distribute a lot of those, not only here at Town Hall, we bring them
Yeah,
to the Lake
right.
House, the POA, different events and
Yeah, I mean, you
activities.
see them all around, that's fine, but, I didn't realize we purchased them, that's all.
We also include our under, what do we call it, leased? The lease items, we have the copier lease that covers like up to a certain amount of copies. If we go over, then we count that in the printing and scanning charges. But the lease price covers the copier itself plus up to a certain amount each month or quarter. I think it's quarter.
Or
6120 is professional services. We have in there, Hainsworth Sinclair Boyd, the town attorney, and Charles Condon, the town prosecutor. I think we did, well, the prosecutor we added this year. I think we also bumped up a little bit, HSB. We've just been calling upon them a lot with a lot of legal questions, reviews of ordinances, things of that nature. So we've bumped up our legal services a little bit. That's where we have the 20,000 for the class and comp study consultant. And then also we have a couple projects we'll be finishing. So we plugged in 15 for the facility planning study. I know that's one we're currently engaged in right now. I don't know if they have a target of where they'll expect to be at the end of this year. So I plugged in 15. We committed up to 25, I believe it was. So I know they've been spending and they will continue spending through the end of the year, but I anticipate that project will continue into 2025. So we budgeted to complete our portion of that.
You know, the E group, Scott Cave's group, is that more this year than it has been in the past?
It's significantly more, because I'd like to bring Scott in to facilitate the rewrite of. the
Well,
city.
I talked to him last week and he said that 20,000 more would more than cover. So if you had built, that's why I wanted to know how much actually you built in. He says it'll be no more than that, could very well be less than that.
Yeah, we've budgeted way more than we've spent the last couple of years. I can see what we've spent last year and this year just on E-group. But
Anyway,
we have. Yeah, I want to say we budgeted like 18 or something this year. And we've barely even touched a fraction of that, so.
Yeah, well, he said to do this. Him taking the lead on that would be 20,000.
I think between the exercises, we typically spend like somewhere between 7 and 10. So I'd estimated probably another 20 on top of that.
Yeah.
Get us to 30.
Because here's the big part of that is the threat assessment that he would have to do. And we talked about that. None of this will happen until January or February anyway, so.
Yeah, well, I have increased it. If it's not enough, we can adjust it if we need to, but,
Okay.
but that falls under the public safety line item or the public safety department. We also put in for completion of Gordon's Environment and Wildlife Committee. We made some good progress on that, but I don't expect it to be completed, that project in 2025. We've plugged in 20,000 for auditor. Catherine just went about 40 minutes ago and opened the bids. How many do we get?
two.
Two. So those are going to be going to Raymond's Finance Committee to review. Those literally came in as we've been sitting here, so I don't know how much the bids are. But we've plugged in 20, which is a little increase over where we were after the last couple of years. And most of that gets charged to admin, but we can do up to 1,000 to court, because it also court's included in the audit. And then we have some set aside for some on-call services. So in the event we need, like turf grass specialist, landscape architect or whatever. We put in a couple thousand for buildings and grounds. And then we also use for on-call engineering services. A lot of that's used by planning and zoning. So like if we have an application come in and we need a third-party traffic consultant to review the traffic plan, or an engineer to review something that we don't have an in-house engineer to review. We include that for on-call engineering services. And for most of those, our fee schedule, we're allowed to bill the applicant to recoup those costs. So, in the event we did spend 10 in planning and zoning, most, if not all of that, would be recouped back from what we charge the applicant. And then we have 15,000 for GIS services through spatial engineering. We're actually able to piggyback on the utility commission's contract with spatial engineering. They weren't using all of their seats under that contract, so they've allowed us to have 2 of them. So we typically just use it on an as-needed basis. I don't think we've ever come close to 15,000, but in the event we have to generate a bunch of maps or different things, we call them and they do all that. We'll probably be using it a little bit more this coming year because of the integration with Catherine, I'm looking at you, Citizen Serve. They will have a GIS component. So there's data and things that will have to be synced up between those 2 systems for that to work properly.
Just a quick question.
Mhm.
You may not know the answer, but 2023, we spent 79,000 in professional fees. We budgeted 257 in 24, and then now we're at 28. What over the past, I guess, year? Why the huge increase? And I guess the other question, I mean, 79,000. If we spent about 60 for legal, that was the entire professional back in 2023.
So they were presented a little bit differently in 2023, so that may be part of it. We have a lot of, in the professional services, a lot of it's like very project specific. So like when we use the DSO consultant, we used him for a couple of years. When the DSO was done, that project went away. So like this year, we have the beach management consultant. That project should be done and completed by the end of the year, so that goes away. We had budgeted this year for a comprehensive plan consultant in the event the county wasn't able to do it for us. The county was able to do it for us, so we didn't have to spend that, but that project goes away. So it's a lot of that's very project specific, where some of them are, you see them year after year after year, like legal and accounting and different services like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, there's about 85,000. If you include the on-call engineering services that are one-time expense this year. Okay, all right.
And some of those, we bumped them up higher, like if we knew a big project was coming, like, when Seafields was coming in, we knew we were using G. Robert George and ESP. Like if we know there's something in the pipeline, we may bump those up a little bit. But this year, a lot of those should be wrapping up and will be coming off the professional services line items. So it's down a little bit, I believe. Recording fees, that's just when someone files a plat amendment or a document to be recorded that goes to the courthouse. We usually just put in a couple $100 for that. Right-of-way maintenance, this is just for miscellaneous repairs and maintenance to the road and the pathways. So this is not like the wholesale resurfacing repair stuff that we're trying to get done before the end of this year. This is like, if we have a small pothole and it needs some cold patch, or we had an area where the crosswalk by the marina, we had a little bit of separation on the concrete, so that had to be repaired. This is basically anything that has to be fixed in the right of way. We typically put in about 20,000 for that, and then 5,000 we bring in a contractor to clean our outfalls. just to make sure they're not backing up and water can actually get out of the right of way to where it's supposed to go.
Is that including the one out by Seafields? The outfall there?
It's the ones that we have easements for.
Okay, not that one up there.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Isn't there an outfall on the opposite side of Seafields?
Well, there's a buried pipe and then there's also some outfalls like open
Yeah,
trenches. It's the open trenches.
is, my point is is that covered in that $5,000?
Should be, it's all of the trenches that we are responsible for maintaining. Which I think that's one of them.
Okay. You know better than me. That just seems like a very low amount to do all that work, especially. That's all.
Under our licenses and subscriptions, I'm just gonna focus on the ones where either large dollar or something new. So one of the items we'd like to add is a payroll and HR management services program. Catherine's been looking at a couple, through ADP, Bamboo, Paychecks. Those are probably gonna be in the $20,000 to $25,000 range. So we've plugged in, 24. And that would be new. That's not something that we have currently. Another one that we don't have currently is Archive Social. That's a program, basically goes in behind all of our social media programs and can pull and archive and save anything that gets posted, whether it's by us or anyone posting on our page. It would also include, like, if someone goes in and amends a comment or deletes a comment or something like that, they're all gonna be saved and archived. So that's something I know Abby was looking at putting in place on our social media. The
Is code red in there?
it is, so one thing we'd like to look at this year, I know a lot of jurisdictions are moving off of Code Red. And a lot of them are going to Everbridge, which is
Yeah.
what the county is also on. So I put Everbridge/Code Red.
Oh, I see. I was looking under C and I didn't see it.
Right, so it would be Emergency Management and Notification System, so it may be Code Red, it may be something different, but
Okay.
we want to put the funds in to continue that project. We'd also like to move off of host compliance for our short-term rental monitoring software. There's one in particular that's a lot more robust, does a lot more than host compliance is able to do. And we have that plugged in at 25. I think Beth has maybe gotten that down a little bit lower than that. But it's a much more useful software program. Pretty much host compliance, what that does is it goes in and it just scrapes for addresses. There's other programs out there like the preferred one where they, can also pull, I think occupancy data, they can pull rate information, just a lot more useful information above and beyond just the addresses. So we have that plugged in, and then it says vendor TBD, but we actually just signed the contract with CitizenServe. That's for our online licensing permitting system, including our data migration. We have that plugged in at 32,000. We did budget 50 for this year. I think our contract is like 49,000 or something, which was just signed a week or so ago. It'll go down in the second year because the first year includes all the setup and the migration. So Nicole and Pete are working on that over the next several months, and then we'll start launching that with different components over time. So it's not all going to go live at once. I think they're planning on starting with licensing and then permitting and then short-term rental permitting and then code enforcement. So those different elements will be coming on kind of phased one after another.
Because the licensing, permitting, and short-term rentals should all be operational by March. So that way, when we do the new year, for the business licenses and send out renewals, it'll be able to do that. currently full.
This was one of the ones we talked at our pre-budget workshop, trying to make us more technologically advanced and to make it more convenient for businesses and property owners to, pull permits, obtain business licenses, things of that nature. So that's a big step in that effort. Under special events, we have,
For QuickBooks, because we did
oh, yeah.
update it, the subscription that we have is now going to be around $2,300 per year. That way we're advanced, we're not tied to specifically the number of accounts that we have. And if we need to add or subtract or do any deletions, and sharing, we can have multiple users on there. There's a lot more benefits to having the advanced side, and our accountant also came forward to us and asked that we should move forward with the advance.
We were basically at our limit for account numbers. And he couldn't add any more, so we actually didn't have a line item for, it was one of the items that was done in a budget amendment a couple months ago. And he wasn't able to add it into QuickBooks. So I told Catherine, just do it. We need to have the accounts on there so our financials and our numbers work. So that'll be an update when you get the first reading version.
I just have two quick questions on software. Who's doing payroll now?
ADP.
So it comes off. What do we use advanced GPS fleet tracking?
Oh, thank you. That's a new one that we'd like to add for this coming year. We've been in discussions with Verizon. They have a program where you can basically do tracking of major assets, but also monitoring of vehicles. And I'll give you an example. We had a complaint last year, 2 years ago. Someone said, one of our code enforcement vehicles drove through their yard and tore up our flower bed. We asked the code enforcement officer, I never went down that street. This is something we can actually, it pulls like every so many seconds. You can see where that vehicle is going, if it's idling. Like we have a lot of evening and weekend code enforcement officers. If Tyler's not here to, supervise them, he can get an alert saying, hey, this vehicle's been idling for 10 minutes. But we can also see, where it's been and how long it's been there, things of that nature.
Like Amazon.
Pretty much. How fast they were going, were they speeding? Things that people tend to call and complain about, we can go in on the back end and see if, they were where somebody said they were, or if they were speeding, or things of that nature. The one we're looking at, I think, also has a camera system. You can do both the outside and the inside. I think for starters, we're going to do the camera looking out. We have had instances where we had one of our code enforcement officers was assaulted on the beach. They come across and see a lot of things. It's just access to a lot more data, including some visual data. It's not that expensive, so I thought it was a good value addition for our fleet management. Under special events, we have council events and activities. We typically put in, especially in an election year, if we have after the election, if there's a reception, if anybody's rolling off or whatever, we put that in. And then if council has any sort of special receptions. We have Disaster Awareness Day. It is our year to host, so we've plugged in, so that should say 2025 Disaster Awareness Day. So we've plugged in 7,500 for that. I know the Public Safety Committee has been talking about doing a Public Safety Awareness Day. Well, that's kind of been batted around up in the air. We put some money in for that in the event they elect to move forward with that, 2,500. One thing we had to scale back this year because it was way over budget. The shredding events have gone up the hourly rate substantially. So we still had 2 of them, but we did them for 2 hours instead of 3. I'd like to bring that back to 2 events at 3 hours each. So those went up a little bit. And then staff team building events and activities, we have it for. Hearing no questions, the next two, like I mentioned, when we have court fines, there's a state assessment. 11, I don't know how I got to these percentages, but 11.16% goes to the county and 88.84% goes to the state. So that's same as last year by formula. Telecom, we have our quarterly network fees that we pay to the county for our 800 megahertz radios. We're paying for 7 of them. We have 6 here. We also pay for the one that the utility commission holds. Those are 800 megahertz is basically what the state and county EMD, police, fire, they all use the same system. So this is putting us on that same Palmetto 800 system.
And next, maybe even actually at our meeting on Wednesday, we're gonna try to do a run through and just see where we are.
We have our internet, our employee cell phone allowance. We have our phone through VC3. We have several data plans, Surface tablets, our fallback device. And then we also put in under our public safety, just for miscellaneous supplies and services. So I know we have to buy some replacement batteries for all of our radios, and occasionally we have to replace antennas and buy chargers and things of that nature. So
I forgot to ask for a DC contract for the IT needs for like our Wi-Fi and stuff. We will be renegotiating that because we currently pay for a server for our access database, and since we will be moved completely online, that cost will change. I just don't know what it is at this time.
or when it'll,
Or when it'll happen,
Yeah.
as soon as we're completely off of access. But it should be within 2025, you'll mainly probably see it in 2026.
yeah, I think once the short-term rental, which is the third one, comes off, then we can get rid of that server. So travel and training, we have all of our staff members, it's primarily for training, conferences, travel cost, mileage, lodging, things of that nature. Several employees have state mandated training that they have to meet. Others is more professional development. We also put in, for any council member who wants to use it, we put in an $800 allowance for each municipal elected officials institute, or if you want to go to MASC statewide conference or anything, we do plug in a budget for each council member to do that. Huh? Usually it's in the like the sun-soaked destination of like Spartanburg or yeah. Sometimes they're in like Hilton Head or Myrtle Beach. Every once in a while they're here at no, they did do the manager's one over there, which was nice because it was right next door. What's the, not Hotel Bennett, the one by the market there?
Charleston Place?
Charleston Place. Sometimes they do them there. So I always encourage it. A lot of times you get some good information. So we have that for council, and then also we put in an allowance for planning commission and board of zoning appeals members. They all have to do in their first year 6 hours orientation, and then each subsequent year continuing education. So we do put in a line item in the event we have to either bring someone in from outside to conduct training, or if they go to training event or an online session that has a fee. Uniforms, we put in $200 each for staff members. Reduce that because we only have one buildings and grounds staff member, just because they go through, they're outside all day, boots and jackets and stuff like that. And then we also do put in, if any council member, I don't know the last time we did an order, or next time we're doing an order, but if you want like any logoed shirts or hats or anything, you all have an allowance for council as well. For utilities, we have Berkeley Electric and the Utility Commission. Actually, our water has gone down quite a bit, thanks to Robert, updating all of our, irrigation system. So now he can actually monitor it remotely on his phone. So like, if we've had 4 inches of rain in a day, you're not gonna see the sprinklers running like you used to. So, and then electricity, we did bump up a little bit because the, EV chargers, I think we added like 2,000 to electricity. Have had people using them. I think our last payment or our next payment, we'll get like all of $50 or something.
We got
So
$54.
$54. They are being used as people realize they're out there, and Robert's also working, trying to get a sign that we can hang under our town hall sign to let people driving by know that they're out here. And we will revisit the rates in January. I do still have my calendar reminder for that. For vehicle and equipment maintenance, by and large, these are the same. I did bump up the Tahoe a little bit. It was having an electrical issue on the dash. So that one, we put an extra 1,000 in there, but all of our vehicles are still fairly new and pretty good condition. So across all of them, we have 9,000 total. Victims advocate surcharge, that's just another add-on when we have a court case, 25. We have 1,250 for that. You got a new vehicle.
That was the bolts, we just haven't updated that.
Yeah. For capital, we are not putting any capital projects. We're trying to get the big ones done before the end of this year, so we don't have to carry them over. That's the pathway repair is the biggest one. We have the RFP ready to go out. We had in this year's budget amendment, we put in some funding for flooring replacement. This is one I talked about with the mayor a couple of weeks ago. If we're going to be looking at potentially either rebuilding, doing something different with our building, I don't really know that it's a good idea to spend, $40,000 to redo all of our carpeting and flooring if there's a chance we may not be in this building in a couple of years. So I recommended we just not spend that money this year, not rebudget it next year. Maybe bring in somebody to clean and get rid of the giant stains. I still don't know what those are, but maybe we can make them look a little bit better. So no other, we did the sign this year, so we're not carrying that over. So no capital projects out of the general.
Is that the speed limit sign?
Yeah, we wanted to replace those, but what I'd like to do is, I think the construction of that project, the Seabrook Island Road project, will be in 2026. So I'd like to not fund that in 2025, but do it when we finish the road project.
A nice blinking sign at night.
We're not gonna go into that one again. So as far as interfund transfers, these are funds being transferred out from the general fund to other funds. What I will say is the mayor alluded to this in his comments a little while ago. If we weren't doing any transfers out, the general fund does have a surplus. Based on the draft that was presented to you, we had a surplus of $2,935 in expenditures against. Give me 1 second.
Six something.
Yeah, so before transfers out, we have a surplus of $646. So, um, all those transfers out are purely discretionary. So council can decide if you want to make transfers out or how much those transfers out would be. So what we've plugged into the draft budget is 50,000 to the conservation fund. 674,000 to the road and drainage fund. $106,049 to the town facilities fund, 45,800 to the vehicle and equipment fund. And we'll talk about all those funds once we get to them. But when we factor all of those transfers in, we had a deficit on paper of 191,817. So that's not a real deficit. That's going into a deficit in order to make all of those transfers. So if you wanted to cut your transfers by 191,000, then we wouldn't have to touch the fund balance. But we still can use that fund balance. And assuming we don't have a surplus this year, which we know we're going to have a surplus this year, our fund balance is still at just about 75% of our 2025 budget policy of 50 to 100%. Even taking out that 191,000 to accommodate all of those transfers. So before we go on to the restricted funds, any other discussion items, questions, comments, anything on the general?
Just one thought. Did you say that we anticipate doing the work on the reconstruction road in 2026?
Yeah, so when we get into the road and drainage fund, we've recommended putting money in to finalize the permitting process and to put the project out for bid. So that would be all professional services, not funding construction, because they're telling us those two projects should wrap up around end of 2025. So right now we're anticipating we get it shovel ready by the end of 2025 and then fund the construction in 2026. Another item for discussion. Any other questions or comments on the general fund? Do you need a 2-minute break or do you want to keep going? Mhm. No?
Then you better keep going.
The nice thing is once we get through all these go a lot quicker because there's nowhere near as many line items to be going through. So our state accommodations tax, as I mentioned, we did project a decrease from 400. The way the state formula works is the first 25,000 goes to the general fund, and then of the balance, 5% goes to the general fund, 30% goes to tourism promotion, and then 65 covering in the state aid tax fund. For revenue, we're showing 14,000 for investment pool, which is an increase from 2024. The revenue from the state, from state aid tax, projected decrease from 380 down to 350, a 6.3% decrease here. Like I cautioned earlier, once we get that third quarter, this number may change. So when you get it at first reading, don't be our best guess at this point, but it may go up or down. Not proposing to use any fund balance from state aid tax. As far as expenditure, and I'm on page 13 of the details page. For expenditures, for operating, we have 80,000 for beach patrol. That's the same as last year. 77,000 for special events. 112,500 for tourism promotion, and 18,000 for tourism related expenditure grants. So we're basically keeping beach patrol, the contract to do year round. I haven't gotten yet, so all we have to work with is our current year's contract, which is like a hair under 240,000. 80 from state aid tax, 80 from county, 80 from town. So that's the same year for beach patrol. Special events is going up, and the reason for that primarily is SAPOA hosted the Charleston Symphony this year. Next sponsor the Charleston Symphony concert, and then also we put a little bit extra for the fireworks and some of the events that the town also sponsors. So 77. Tourism promotion, again, that's money in, money out. So we take 30% of the balance and we give that to the Explore Charleston Convention and Visitors Bureau. So if our revenues are expected to go down, the 30%, which is what we give them, would also go down. So that goes from 120 down to 112.5. And tourism related expenditure grants. Last year, we had a lot more requests than we had this year. This year, the committee only recommended one. That was the Alan Fleming tennis tournament at $18,000. We also have an A tax to the general fund. As I said earlier, we cover half of Abby's, our communication event manager salary and benefits, because she's the event coordinator. So she puts on, does advertising, marketing for those events. And then we also do Twitters. So when we factor all those in, it was 73,328. And then that would leave us a balance of 9,420. Not budgeting it, it would go into the fund balance at the end of the year. So looking on page 4 items, so we already said beach patrol. We put in 50,000 under special events for Chowtown fireworks, and then our holiday event. That's like all the lighting we put out during the month of December, and then our, what do you call it, the holiday extravaganza. And then 27,000 for those. That's the 30% that goes to the CVB. Under the tourism related, he recommended the Alan Fleming tennis tournament at 18,000. They did not recommend in favor of the Blues and Gullah Festival for the primary reason is they hadn't identified a location in Seabrook on where they would have it. But also it would have conflicted with, is it Seawee? It's one of the big events downtown. They just felt that the date wasn't a good date. And if they didn't have a secured location in Seabrook, They did feel the project was eligible and maybe consider a different date and then reapply next year for 2026. So the only recommendation there was 18,000 for the Fleming tournament. And then again, the transfer 73,328, and then the balance 94,22 would be reserved to fund balance. Any questions on any of those? Hearing none, we're gonna move. The town accommodations tax. On the revenue side, we're projecting the town aid tax to be up from 180 to 200. And the investment to actually be a little bit lower at 5,000. So 205,000 in total revenue. On the expenditure side, 80,000 or 1/3 of the beach patrol cost. And then the balance, 125,000 would be set aside and reserved for future use. I will point out at the bottom of this page 15, assuming everything comes in on budget, at the end of 2025, that would leave us with just under $430,000 in the town ATAX fund. We can't pay the entire road project with ATAX, but because that road is critical to our tourism infrastructure, tourists can't get here if we don't have a functional road. One of the reasons why council created the town ATAX was to build up some funds over time with the intent that, all or some of those could be used toward the road project. So potentially, as we get into 2026, and we're looking at how to fully fund the construction of the Seabrook Island Road project, there will be somewhere in the ballpark of about 430,000 in town aid tax that we could tap into to put towards the road project. So not a 2025 item, but just keep that in mind, looking ahead at 2026. Expenditure out of there is for beach patrol, 80,000, and then the rest being reserved for future use. So now on to page 17. This is the county ATAX. We're projecting this to be flat year over year. Typically what the county does is they take what they collect in the town, they keep 80%, they give us 20%. That's not a guarantee, but historically that's what they've done. So last couple of years, it's been around 80 to 100,000 range. So based on the fact that we're projecting taxes to be down, we put that at 80,000. A little bit of local government investment pool gives us a total of 83,600 in revenue. On the operating side, the only expense we're budgeting is the other third, the final third of beach patrol at 80,000. The rest, 3,600, would be reserved for future use. These ones go a lot faster. Any other questions on county ATAX? All right. The next, we're showing 1,600 in investment income, 6,000 from actual permit revenues from the state. This is one we're actually recommending the capital project to replace all of the beach signage. So the total cost for that is budgeted at 30,000. So we would have to pull 22,000 to meet that 30,000 in expenditures. So you would see at the bottom in our fund balance, we should start this year. We should have 45,750. That's because we budgeted to use some to do the project this year. We're not going to do the project this year. So what we were showing is our starting fund balance on here will actually be 20 some odd thousand higher. So we'll have plenty of money in our fund balance to cover the cost of that project. Any other question in alcohol local option permit?
With the signage, I'm not 100% clear where our signage is and Sapola signage is. Would we work with Sapola to try to come up with some type of uniform signage?
So where our signs are on Sapola's property. So my understanding is they'd have to be reviewed and approved by the ARC. The ones we have, you probably can't even read them. They're terrible, they're faded, they're about this big. So we'd like to do something a little more substantial. They haven't been designed yet. But I would assume work with Sapoa to make sure, we're designing something that's in line with their architectural requirements.
Talked about replacing all their beach signs, all the relegated signs.
You're talking about beach signs, right?
Yeah, these
So
are
that's-
the
They might deals with residential.
somebody at Sapoa.
Somebody would have to.
Yeah, somebody at Sapoa has to approve them because it'd be the dry beach area, which we control from the high water mark out, but this is very long. Next two are really easy. The short-term rental permit fund. I feel like we've already discussed that one to death. We're recommending, that's why it's all red. And then any balance still in that fund at the end of this year, in the budget ordinance, we would just move that into the general fund. Any questions on short-term rental permit? Hearing none. And that one should be fully exhausted by the end of this year. So no need to continue that fund into 2025. So we've recommended eliminating that one as well. No revenues, no expenditure. Very nice. All right, so that covers all of our restricted funds, mind funds. Most of them are like for future capital projects. We did include an explanation of each one in our. Oh, I hope I don't knock this thing over. There we go. In our write-up. So on page 7, I know the question was asked, the purpose of the conservation fund. This is one that was created a couple years ago. We write the conservation fund is a designated or reserved fund for non-recurring conservation related projects such as future land acquisition, conservation easements, grants, matching funds for green space projects, landscaping and beautification, etc. The primary purpose of this was this program. And when you're submitting projects, it's generally beneficial to have local matching funds for those projects. In the past, we haven't really tapped into any of those funds. So the purpose of the conservation fund is to allow us to have or to build up over time a pot. So if we went to the county and said, hey, we want to do this project that's outside the gate, it's going to be 250,000. We'll put up 50 or 100 if you'll put up the difference. It allows us to have some, without having to go in and find 50 or 100,000 in our general fund. It's just a pot of money that's there and available for when we can leverage those funds to put toward wanted to acquire land for open space, to do beautification projects, things of that nature. We haven't been moving towards a specific project.
Green space money.
Yeah, through the county.
Through the county. In other words, we get so much green space money that goes into this. And the county then collects a whole lot of money for, the Angel Oak project is one of them. And a lot of, since land here is so expensive to take our smaller amounts and leverage it with other and county to make it and do a thing. So I know that was one that we put our green space money toward, was Angel Oak.
Yeah, but this came out of the Environment and Wildlife Committee a year or 2 years ago. if there's money that and use it for the benefit of Seabrook Island residents. So that was really why this fund was established, so we could start building up a pot of money to put towards projects that could be eligible for green space, matching funds from the town. We haven't targeted a specific project or even ranked project. There were several that were discussed, but should the town elect committees had its hands full this year, but Environment and Wildlife Committee is most likely where those recommendations would originate.
Are we trying to build this up over a period of years? Like, put this in the budget and it's not spent, and then it goes into a reserve fund?
That's what this fund is a reserve fund. So it's just building up a pot of money over time, which take those funds and leverage, whether it's county or state or other funds to do a conservation project. That's primarily, it's sitting there for that. There's no external restrictions, so you don't have to have any of them. You don't have to put money into any of them. You can increase, decrease. These are purely at the discretion of council. All of these funds, the next few that we talked through are ones that we set up primarily to build up funds over time for projects, road projects, facility projects, emergency response, things of that nature. So they're designated in our budget for a specific use. But if we had a Category 5 hurricane next week and we needed to clean up the roads, you can go and say, yeah, we'd love to do Seabrook Island Road, but there's $2.5 million there. We need $2.5 million, so we're going to move it over here and do emergency response. These are purely discretionary. Council can move them around, set the amounts however you want. So in the draft budget, we have a 50,000 transfer in from the general fund. And then we put in, we tend to get very little, but in the DSO, we have, this is on page 25. We do have tree removal permits. So in the event we ever do issue tree removal permits, the DSO requires that those funds be put into a separate fund for tree mitigation, beautification, things of that nature. So that's why we put that $600 there. But the majority of it comes as an inter-fund transfer from the general fund. So we're not recommending spending anything out of this fund this year, so all those funds would be reserved. So after next year, we'd have about 151,000 cash on hand, designated for conservation projects. Questions, comments? Hearing none, I'm going to keep on trucking. On page 25, this is our emergency reserve fund. Sorry, 27. So this is separate from our general fund balance, which is designed just to make sure we can keep our doors open specifically for an emergency response. So historically, the council will put in usually 50, 100,000 each year. And over time, that's built up to over $2 million. In this year's budget, we have 180,000 transferred. We haven't made the transfer yet, but once we do, that would leave us with $2.5 million in our emergency fund. That's something that is just cash on hand. It's in the local government investment pool, but if we needed it, Catherine would withdraw it, and I think we'd have it within, what, 24 hours? So it's very liquid, readily accessible. If we had a tornado, an earthquake, a hurricane, whatever, and we needed fast access for, to put towards response and recovery, that's $2.5 million that's sitting there specifically for that purpose. I like 2.5. It's a nice even round number. So in the draft budget, we didn't include any additional transfers this year. So it would just stay at $2.5 million. Council wanted to move more money, you could, but we didn't recommend any in the draft budget.
Scott, or anyone look at that, the numbers, if it's sufficient compared to what other towns are doing, coastal towns are doing?
It's not so much an issue of what other coastal towns are doing, it's how much our estimated recovery costs would be. So Scott has kind of like a matrix, and his is based on hurricane. So he has everything from category 1 through category 5. And then we also look at whether we do just Seabrook Island Road or townwide. They range from, I forget what category 1 was, but magnitude, couple $100,000, all the way up to tens of millions of dollars. So we looked at, worst case scenario, we have this $2.5 million. We also have our standby debt authorization of 5.5. So that would give us access to 8 million. If you assume you're gonna get some reimbursement coming back from FEMA as we spend that, we won't be able to do everything on a category 5, but we could cover a heck of a lot of it. One of those you never have enough when you need it. But 2.5, I think, is a good amount of money to have in the bank for those types of purposes.
Joe, I'm not referring to the emergency situation where money may need to be spent very quickly, but going back to the conservation, I think you were saying this, just to be clear, any of that money in the 150,000 is just sitting there would have to actually be voted on by council to be spent on some project.
Yes. If you wanted to use it for
Well,
a conservation project, you'd have to amend the budget to include the appropriate, move it to another fund or for something else. You would also be amending the budget to move those funds to another fund.
Well, yeah, my only question was, would the quote expenditure that we voted on is the movement of the money into that fund.
Mhm.
And so therefore, I was just clarifying that since it's in that fund, it's not like the money can be spent without a further vote on the specific project for it to be spent on. Okay, which could be different than some emergency with contractors, right?
Yeah, now with that, in an emergency situation, we have the ability to do emergency ordinances, and there's have certain procedures and requirements where, a green space project is in all likelihood not going to rise to a level of an emergency. At least I hope not.
Doubt that it would. Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions on the emergency reserve? We might get done by 4. We're moving pretty quick. The road and drainage fund, this is one we have been moving a lot of money towards. We all know we're trying to move towards the construction project on Seabrook Island Road. So in this year's budget amendment council, we kind of did some move around where we moved some on and then moved that into road and drainage. So we basically in 2024 moved over 660, almost 665,000. The 2025 budget would add an additional 600, almost 675 additional on top of that. Like I said, I like $2.5 million. It's a nice round even number. So based on next year's SP to finalize the permitting process through the state to move us into the procurement process. So getting all the bid package and all the documents ready to put that out for bid. Council will have to vote to authorize that project to go out for bid. And assuming that happens in sometime in the fourth quarter of 2025, see what the amounts are and make a determination, are we going to move forward with that project or not? So we would be using up to 100,000 for professional services. The remaining 575 would be going into the fund balance. So that should leave us at the end of for that road project. I remember I said a few minutes ago, we could use some of those tax dollars. That was another 400,000 plus. So now we're getting pretty close. You know, we may have to find a few $100,000 more, 500,000, cost estimates and things like that. But last estimate we have, I think, is from February, so it's already probably a bit dated. But this is one I'm sure we'll be working with council and the finance committee, assuming they're renewed for 2025, as to how we want to put the funding package together to move forward with construction likely in 2026.
As far as the permitting, how long is that?
I think the last time they said anticipate like 6 to 9 months. So we're probably close to the 6-month period now. There's been a lot of changeover and stuff happening at DHEC, with the splitting of DHEC and 2 agencies. So I don't know if that's had any impact on their time frames, but last I heard, the project was progressing in the permitting process.
And once we get the permit, do we have to complete the project in a certain amount of time?
Permit, I believe, is good for 5 years. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do in the budget is to get us to a point where we can put it out for bid, have those firm costs, have our funding, you know, take a vote towards the end of 2025, either yes, let's move forward, award a contract, or, you know, let's wait and see. And, you know, we're trying to get us to the point where we'd be ready to move forward with construction in early 2026. Any other questions on road and drainage? All right, on page 31, we have the town facilities fund from the general fund, $106,049. No expenditures, so that would just be added to the fund balance. Hey, look at that. I told you I like $2.5 million. That would get us at $2.5 million as of the end of fiscal year 2025. So this is one I assume through the remainder of this year and the next year, you know, we'll be participating in that master planning process. I expect we'll probably have some flooring in 2025. But this ensures that we do still have some funding available, you know, depending on what that project looks like, to at least make a dent in it. Now, there's a chance the road project could come back and say, well, we might need this $2.5 million to put towards the road project. You can do that. I would just say, let's cross that bridge when we get there. We're not going to spend any of this next year. We're just trying to build up that balance for when the time comes to move forward with a project.
So, is this money going to be used to come up with a concept of what facilities are going to be for town?
It may be, but we don't really have an idea yet of what that's going to look like. You know, is it going to be a town project, a joint project? So if we're going to do that, I would do it as a mid-year budget amendment to appropriate those funds.
What do you mean joint amendment?
A budget amendment? Amend the budget. Yeah, if we were gonna do a joint project like with SAPOA, and have a shared building or something, you know, we'd have to figure out who are we gonna use to do that, who's building it, who's paying for what. We just don't know at this point what that would look like, if that's even what the recommendation would be. It's wait and see.
Continues to march along, and we still have 3.
Well, Raymond, when is it now expected?
We'll have, should be first quarter of 2025. We'll have some ideas, you know, to that level, but we'll have ideas what can occur. They're having focus groups today, the next couple of days, so that part's well underway.
So it's not that long left then.
And it, like, if you, live bigger building, have those guys come in for the office, we talked about, maybe a one-stop shop type of thing, building outside the gate. Maybe have a rep from Sephora, rep from the club, the town, so you get one place you need to go to when you move here, those type of things. We won't know until, like I said, a couple of months.
You're talking about if the bids come in at this or whatever. What, did we at one point get, because I know everything's like tripled in price, but was ever a time where bids were gotten on the project?
We just had engineered cost estimates.
Well, okay, and I apologize, that's sort of what I meant, like, what was the range at that time for the engineer's process? Because I'm sure you have to triple on that.
I think with contingency, honestly, it was like 3.2 to 3.5, somewhere in that range.
You mean like 5 years ago, they said 3 million?
No, this was like in February of this year.
Oh, in February this year.
It was like between 3 and 3.5 million.
But that included.
No,
No,
that was
the
that
road.
project.
Oh, the road project, my bad.
Oh, so we did, so we have fairly recent
Sure.
data. At
But we
least.
could still go out and do a bond on part of it, right?
Mhm. You know, so what I would probably do is around, by end of this year, early next year, we should hopefully have our permit in hand. We would get some updated cost estimates from ESP. And then, once we got those, we'll have council look at them. And then, you know, assuming we always check in with council every step of the process, make sure, okay, yes, let's proceed. You know, if council's wants to move into the bidding process, then we would, work with ESP to start putting the, bid package together, and, you don't really have a firm number until you go out for bid. I mean, that's what happened with utility commission. I thought it was gonna be a $8 million project. It turned into like a 12 or $13 million project once the, won't even say bids, the bid came in. So, you know, that would be kind of like the logical succession. But probably at the end of this year, into the first quarter of next year, I would suggest working with the finance committee to look at funding options and recommendations. In anticipation of us having some updated cost estimates, probably in the first quarter of 25. Any other questions on that? All right, the last one, 15 minutes. Vehicle and equipment fund. This one's pretty quick and easy. The only revenue is a transfer in from the general fund. Like I said, we just take the total value of all of our, or the replacement value of all of our vehicles and major pieces of equipment. Every year we take 20% of that cost and we put it in as a transfer to the vehicle and equipment fund. We went back and forth with maybe replacing the Tahoe this year. I recommended, let's just give it another year. It's still in pretty decent condition. I mean, you get to a certain point, you start putting more maintenance expense and everything on it, but you know, it's still fairly low mileage, pretty decent condition. So I would say let's give that another year, not expend any funds this year. So that 45.8 would just be added to the fund balance. And we should end next year with about 188,000 in our vehicle and equipment fund. And that is all of them.
Any idea how much mileage we have on the Volt at this point?
On the Volt? Beth hasn't been able to get out much to do many inspections. So not very much. Probably in the neighborhood of a few hundred. Yeah. We haven't, did we recharge it one time? Yeah, so it's been recharged once, but
In 10 months.
when did we get the Volt?
Summer, right? Summer or January.
All they do is they take and rotate, they check your tires and brakes is basically it. Unless you have that's the only maintenance.
Yeah, if we can get her out in the field more.
Every few hundred miles then?
No. That hasn't had any maintenance
Thousand
yet.
miles.
If we can get her out in the field more, then the mileage number would go up. But, you know, she spends a lot of time
For sure.
processing paperwork and right now dealing with a lot of questions and, you know, people asking what's going on with the ordinance. So she's been primarily at her desk dealing with those types of issues. And she's done a few inspections, but it's not where we'd like to be.
And one thing with compliance too, is she's also building a lot of reports out of those compliance. That's been taking a lot of time. Deckard Technologies can write those reports and do those reports, so that's extra time saved.
Since we seem to have an extra minute, not to go off topic, but does anybody use those chargers?
Yes,
Yeah, we've got some use.
no, a lot. I think we made $50 on it.
Not benefit.
Well, we're probably close to 100 now.
Unless we got another $54 payment. Cause we got like
We're halfway through
$10,
October.
and then all of a sudden it's 54, and so it just keeps increasing, and every day when I leave, there's been somebody parked there charging.
It started very slow, but now that people know they're there, we're seeing more and more people use it. It's definitely not, we don't have 4 vehicles plugged in 24/7. But people are using it. That was actually when we had the tropical storm. That was how I determined if we still have power at the buildings. Because I
Oh, you
log
can see it.
into EV Passport from our side instead of the chargers were on.
And we never lost power,
Never
right?
did lose power. Anything we missed? Any questions, comments? Anything that we didn't discuss in the last, 7 hours?
One follow, just. What condition do we think when they're done with the C fields and MUSC, there's not gonna be any improvements they make but they're at least gonna put the road back into the condition was before.
Yeah, so both of our agreements require the agreement with Seafields and with MUSC. As the project is basically nearing completion, we had a third-party engineer that we brought in to do a pre-construction assessment. We would bring that engineer in to do a post-construction assessment. And that engineer would make a determination if there's any damage, and then they would be responsible for repairing that damage. So that was an item that the mayor and I had talked about last week. You know, do we want them to go in and repair the damage, knowing that we have a road project coming in? Is that something maybe we sit down with them? Let's jointly agree the value of, you know, what that repair work would be in lieu of repairing. Maybe they just make a contribution that we put towards the road project.
It's about $100,000.
That's something that I think we can, you know, discuss with them as they're nearing completion. But absent any subsequent agreement to that nature, they would be on the hook for repairing any damage, you know, basically where the turn lane was installed, all along the front there. Actually, between there and the circle.
But that doesn't, the engineering assessment didn't assess like what the drainage was like before versus what it's like then, and whether there would have to be any mitigation of that, right?
Well, Robert's already been talking with them because a lot of the silt that's come from that side, now if it's just water, I mean, yeah, it's a nuisance, but when it's silt, it's actually sitting in, I mean, we have very little grading as it is. And what we do have has been filled in with silt. So Robert's actually been talking with them kind of separate from the road repairs about getting the silt issues addressed.
Should we adjourn this
Right.
meeting?
Yeah,
We can.
I think we should. And then you can.
Are there any other issues, questions, anything we missed?
On the budget.
On the budget?
Seeing none, is anybody going to move to adjourn?
So moved.
All in
Second.
favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Okay, we're
it's
adjourned.
there.